I'm going to go ahead and bring Judge into the session.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Calling the state of Texas versus Stephen Moore. We're ready to proceed, state?
Yes, we are, Your Honor, and we will be abandoning two allegations when the court's ready for that.
Okay, hang on. So I see cause number 19 FC 5395. And that's going to be assault, family violence, assault of a pregnant person, and continuous violence. Are those all third-degree felonies?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, so he was placed on probation for those. And what number MTR is this?
I believe this is the first one. Is that correct? Yes.
It's the first MTR, Judge, on both.
Okay. And then on cause number let me see if I can pull it up here. 19 FC 5089. He's on deferred for both family violence third degrees. Okay, so raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
State your name.
Stephen Hugh Moore.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down. Sir, you currently on probation out of my court?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like it's on two cases, and now the state has filed a motion to revoke your probation based on something you did or didn't do while on probation, what I call allegations or counts. If you look on your screen, you see your attorney, Mr. Pineda, here representing you today in this hearing.
Yes, sir.
Also, you look on the screen, go ahead and pull up the admonishments, please. So is your attorney going over these warnings and explain them to you?
Yes, sir.
And you do understand them?
Yes, I do.
You do understand that they're the same in both these cases that you're facing here?
Yes, sir.
Is this agreed or not agreed?
It's agreed, Your Honor.
Agreed, Judge.
Okay, so I want you to understand that it sounds like the attorneys have agreed recommendation for the court, but that's all it is, this recommendation. If any of these allegations are true, I can revoke your probation on all of these counts in both these cases and sentence you up to 10 years. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm looking at, let me look at the first one here. 19 FC 5089. This was June 8th, 2022. Is that the copy you received, Mr. Pineda?
Yes, Judge, it's the second amended motion to revoke.
Okay, and state, do you plan on moving forward on, looks like 2 pages of allegations here?
Your Honor, the state will be abandoning 1A and 1B on both MTRs. They're the same allegations.
Okay, so Mr. Moore, you don't have to worry about 1A or 1B. You do have some other ones you're looking at, 2A through 17B. Has your attorney gone over these allegations and explained them to you?
Yes, sir.
You do understand them?
Yes, sir, I do.
So from 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, 3E, A, 8, 8A, 10A, 10C, 17A, and B. Sir, how do you plead to these? True or not true?
True.
To each of them?
Yeah, yes, sir. All of them.
Thank you, sir. I accept you plead true. And now we'll move over to the other 19 FC 5395. And 1A and 1B have been abandoned by the state, so you don't have to worry about those. Let me see here. It appears that these are the same allegations, and the only thing that's going to be different may be the money amounts, which I'm not even sure, since you looks like you played on both of these. So, sir, is your plea to these allegations still true?
Yes, sir. All of them are.
Okay, so I accept you pleaded true, and I find them true. And now we'll move to the disposition of this motion to revoke in both these cases. State, can provide your recommendation or your first witness. Mr. Pineda, if I don't agree with the recommendation, I will allow you to call some witnesses.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, based off conversations with defense counsel and the state's position is that revocation is appropriate in this case, Your Honor, and we have a recommended number of 5 years of the court. That of course is a recommendation, Your Honor, and at this time the state rests.
Where's probation at? Ms. Cardona, how many community service hours did Mr. Moore perform?
I'll check that right now, Judge.
Was she second that, Mr. Moore? Have you been in trouble with the law before these cases?
Uh,
Nope, no prior PDC or state jail, Judge, for Mr. Moore.
yes. Last time I was in trouble was in 2003. 2002 or 2003.
What kind of trouble was that?
Theft, a pawn shop, and a family violence.
Family
play.
violence back then too?
Yes, sir. It was
So you haven't been to prison before? You
No,
don't-
sir.
Not a convicted felon?
yes, sir.
And you're not a
No,
convicted felon before this?
Yes, I was. Yes.
What were you convicted of?
Possession of marijuana.
Okay.
State jail.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I had probation, which I completed. So
Okay, you were successful with that probation on the
Yes,
marijuana
sir.
case?
yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna have everybody stop speaking. Ms. Cardona, how many community service hours did he perform?
None, Judge. There's no record of him completing any hours.
Mr. Moore, was the victim in both these cases the same person?
Yes, sir.
Was that a spouse or girlfriend?
Girlfriend.
This time in cause number 19 FC 5395D, I'm gonna find the allegations true. I'm gonna adjudicate and convict you, sir, of these 3 counts. I'm going to sentence you to 5 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. You will get time credit for time you have spent in the local system towards that punishment.
Okay.
And then in cause number 19 FC 5089, I'm gonna find these allegations true. I'm gonna convict you, sir. And on this count 1 and 2 of assault family violence, I'm going to sentence you to 5 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. This will run concurrent with the other MTR you were facing, those other 3 counts. And you
Yes,
will
sir.
get time credit for time you have spent in the local system towards this punishment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Pineda?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, with that,
Thank
y'all have a good day,
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. Pineda. Thank you.
Is that Bolton Burns?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and bring Judge into the session. He's ready.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning,
Your Honor.
Prosecutor, you're gonna have to go a little slow on this plea because I don't actually have the plea paperwork. But we can proceed. If I miss something, you can just remind me.
I emailed it to you this morning.
Okay, I received the admonishments, but is the plea paperwork thrown in there amongst all the other 30 pages? I'll see if I can find it. State of Texas versus Bolton Burns.
yes, sir.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth will help you God.
Yes, sir.
State your name.
Nelson B. Burns.
Put your hand down.
Stand up.
So it's my understanding is a agreed plea for the court to hear this morning. Is that correct?
Move closer. Sir?
There's an agreed plea for the court to hear today.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
You look on your scene, your screen there, you'll see your attorney, Mr. Reyna, representing you today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, are we moving forward on the indicted charge? State,
Yes, Your Honor.
it's a possession of controlled substance, state jail.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it looks like you are going to plead to a possession of controlled substance. Has your attorney explained to you the elements, the parts of that crime?
Yes, sir.
You do understand them? I need you to speak yes or no, sir.
Yes.
This is a state jail felony, so range of punishment is 6 months up to 2 years and up to $10,000 fine. Do you understand the range of punishment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you look on the screen, we're gonna have some paperwork pop up here in just a few seconds. These are your admonishments, your warnings. Is your attorney going over these and explain them to you?
Yes.
And you do understand them?
Yes.
And you also understand that you do have a right to jury trial or a bench trial in this case against you.
Yes.
Okay, so to the charge of possession of controlled substance, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty. I mean, guilty.
Okay, you got to actually pick one.
Guilty.
Sir, why did you say not guilty?
I was just here. My
You got
mind's just a little confused this morning.
What kind of drug did you have on you, sir?
Crystal methamphetamine.
Okay, so it was methamphetamines?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I will accept the guilty plea since he knew what kind of drug he had in his possession. State, you can provide your plea then.
Yes, Your Honor. In consideration of the defendant's plea of guilty, the state agrees to recommend a sentence of the box here for punishment under 12.44A is checked, and it is an Oasis County jail sentence of 120 days. The state also is asking for a $130 storage fee to Corpus Christi Police Department, and the state agrees in consideration of the defendant's plea of guilty to dismiss 21 MC 3527, 21 MC 3528, and 21 MC 3529 will be no charged. At this time, the state offers States Exhibit 1, the plea agreement, and States 2, the judicial confession and stipulation of discovery.
Your Honor,
Thank
we
you,
would have no objections to that. We would just want to state on the record, if there's any outstanding videos that the state has not brought to our attention, we would waive our right to review those, Your Honor.
Thanks, sir. They are admitted. And as you understand the agreement or the recommendation, the plea, Mr. Reyna.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Burns, at this time, I'm going to find you guilty of possession of controlled substance. I'm going to sentence you to 120 days. How many days have you been in jail, sir?
I've been in jail since August 12th. So a little over like 2 months.
Okay, I'm going to actually sentence you to 120 days on 1244A. Has your attorney explained to you that still makes you a convicted felon if you weren't a convicted felon before?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna send you the 120 days there in Victoria County, since I believe that is where you are placed at right now. You will get time credit for time you have spent in the local system towards this punishment. And the state has agreed to dismiss the other misdemeanors that you have pending against you. This is a plea agreement, so you don't have a right to appeal unless the court grants it. And you also owe $130 to CCPD. And I guess we did not get to the DPS part of their charge. The drugs were not tested yet.
Not that I know.
Well, hang on. That's one of the states with the answer.
I don't believe they are, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I'm standing in for another ADA. I think our office's policy is that anything under 4 grams is not tested unless defense requests it. I think that's the policy.
Okay, so you don't have to worry about that. This is a plea agreement. I've already gone over that. So with that, everyone's excused. You have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Victoria Deputy, for helping us today.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna go ahead and bring Judge into the session. He's ready.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Graham. I'm calling State Texas versus Jonathan Brown. This is for pre-file status. Looks like he's been in jail for about 125 days, facing a failure to comply as a sex offender. Say, what is the status on your side of this case?
Your Honor, we are in the process of filing the indictment. I requested the file this morning, and it should be on my desk by either before lunch or this afternoon, and I'll have it ready to go in front of grand jury.
Okay, Ms. Graham.
Yes, we conferred before today to see if we can resolve it and a plea to the information. But I don't think that's possible right now, but we do have a motion, a writ for a reduced bond.
Okay, and that's been filed?
Yes, Your Honor, that was submitted to the district clerk's office.
Okay. Mr. Brown, raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth will help you God?
Yes, sir.
State your name.
My name is Joe Nathan Brown.
Make sure you put your hand down. And what is the bond currently?
Oh, 15,000, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Graham, you can put some evidence on the record.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Brown, have you been able to make bond at the $15,000 bond?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any funds available?
No, ma'am.
At the time you got arrested, did you have any money in an account?
I had like $55 on my Cash App card, but it's gone. My cousin informed me that she spent it.
Do you have any relatives that can support you, like your cousin?
Well, she doesn't want me staying with her anymore. So the only other one I know is my cousin Kaylin. But I don't think she'll help pay my bond.
Okay.
She'll let me stay, but she won't pay my bond. I know that.
Well, the first cousin, will she at least help you to bond out so you can stay with another relative?
No,
You
ma'am.
think that's possible?
No, ma'am, she won't. I know that for sure. She won't.
Okay. So if you were to bond out, or if the judge was to reduce the bond to allow you to bond out, do you currently have a place to stay? You said it was another cousin that you could
Yes,
stay
ma'am.
with.
My cousin Kayla Brown.
And what's that address?
Mr. Brown, hang on.
Yes, ma'am.
Hang on, stop. Mr. Brown, I'm gonna need you to wait till Ms. Graham finishes her question completely and then answer. What happens is my court reporter has to take everything down and when you're over speaking to each other, she's missing stuff, okay?
Yes, sir. I apologize about that.
That's okay. Continue.
So what is the address of what's the name and address of the cousin that you intend to stay with?
Her name is Kayla Brown, and it's 3763 Argus Court.
Okay. Were you employed before you got arrested?
Yes, ma'am. I had 2 jobs.
Are those jobs, do you think those jobs would be available if you get released?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the jobs?
Well, the first one was at the Church's Chicken on Ayers, and the second was a Stripes on the island.
Pass the witness.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown, are you going to have any issues complying with staying in contact with your pretrial officer if you do make bond?
No, sir.
You'll have a vehicle or a ride if
Yes, sir.
if you're having to meet with them, and a phone to contact them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and again, you'll be living at what address? Do you have that address that you can state for the record?
It was 3763 Argus Court.
And that's where you'll be staying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And best to your knowledge, there's not going to be any convicted felons staying there?
No, sir.
Okay. Any
She's never been
firearms?
in jail a day in her life.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, argument.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Brown, we're asking for a bond reduction so he can at least, while this case is going to be presented to grand jury, hopefully within the next week or so, or 2 weeks, he could attempt to bond out while his case is pending.
Thank you, ma'am. State.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will defer to the court. However, we will be asking for standard conditions of reporting and curfew. Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you. This time, I'm going to reduce this bond down to 5,000 on Monday morning. That gives the state grand jury Thursday to get this case in front of the grand jury. If not, I will be reducing it to 5,000 cash or surety bond. If he's able to post a $5,000 bond, I want an accurate address. I want him calling in 1 time a week and reporting in person 1 time a month. And I want him working at least part-time, but doing something.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Everyone's excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and bring Judge into the session.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I'm calling, let me see, the state of Texas versus Aaron Harrison.
Yes, sir.
Facing assault, family violence. He's been in jail for 106 days. So let me have you raise your right hand. The other one.
Yeah, sorry.
That happens. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
State your name.
Aaron Harrison.
Thanks, sir. You put your hand down. Ms. Picasso, what is the current bond set at?
Let me check real quick, Judge.
Judge, I'm showing 25,000, Your Honor.
That's what I'm saying to you, Judge.
Okay, 25,000 for a 3rd degree. Okay. Mr. Rena, real quick, what is the progress of the this case against Mr. Harrison?
Your Honor, we're waiting the file. As soon as I get it, I will request this one as well. As soon as I get it, I will intake it myself and have it presented to grand jury. I have attempted to contact the victim in this case and at this point have not been able to. But that's where we're at right now, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Vela?
Your Honor, if the prosecutor is not able to contact the victim, I would ask that the case be dismissed. My client's been in jail for quite a while. And so I guess we'll address that when we have our next hearing.
Okay, so we'll see how the state does with locating, or the detective and locating the victim at this time. With that, everyone's excused. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Sir.
I'm going to go ahead and bring Judge into the session.
Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, Your Honor.
Make sure I have my court reporter. Okay. State Texas versus Joseph Martinez. So raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
I want you to state your name and date of birth.
Joseph Martinez, 9/18/1979.
Okay, sir. Thank you. You put your hand down. If you look on the screen, you'll see your attorney, Mr. Zapata, here representing you today. Looks like I believe you may have 2 cases pending, but this is set for arraignment. So at this point, I'm going to have your attorney speak for you. Okay, sir? Go ahead and
Yes,
pull up
sir.
the indictment in 22 FC or whichever one you have available, Ms. Picasso. Okay. Looks like you were indicted, sir, for possession of controlled substance. That's a state jail felony. You do have a right to have this in possession for 2 days and also form a reading of this indictment. This time, do you waive that?
We're waiving it, Your Honor. We plead not guilty and we ask for trial settings.
Okay, thank you, sir. And Ms. Picasso, is there another charge against
Yes.
Mr. Martinez? Okay, go ahead and bring that one up, please. Okay, there it is. It's a evading arrest from motor vehicle. That's a 3rd-degree felony. So you have a right to have this indictment in your possession for 2 days, also form a reading of this indictment. This time, do you waive that?
We're waiving it, Your Honor. We plead
And
not
to the
guilty.
charge, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, I want you to keep in touch with your attorney who'll let you know how your cases are proceeding and also when you need to be here in the courtroom. Anything else, Mr. Zapata?
No, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Everyone have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Sir.
Attorney Wade.
Guys, we're gonna reset the 10:15 arraignment on Jocelyn Santos, just FYI. So our next case will be the 10:30 on Gavino Rivera.
So Santos won't be needed for today, ma'am?
Not today. Thank you, though.
No problem. Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Okay, well, it kind of started, but it's not completely started. And
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and bring Judge in for the arraignment.
Good morning.
Morning, Aaron.
Calling the state Texas versus, let me see here. Gavino Rivera.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Bobby for the defendant.
Thank you, sir. This is set for arraignment. Sir, let me have you raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
State your name and date of birth.
Gavino Rivera is 3468, sir.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down. If you look on your screen, Mr. Garcia is representing you today in this hearing. This is set for an arraignment, so I'm going to let your attorney do the speaking for you, sir. Okay?
Thank you.
Go ahead and pull up the indictment, please. Sure, it appears you were indicted for a possession of controlled substance, state jail felony. You do
Yes,
have a
sir.
right to have this in your possession for 2 days and also form of reading of this indictment. At this time, do you waive that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garcia, you can speak for your client.
Yes, Judge. We'll waive the indictment, enter a not guilty plea, and ask for a trial setting. Mr. Reyna is looking into whether or not there was actually a substance because discovery there were no lab results. Mr. Rivera has had trouble bonding out, and I would ask the court to see if maybe they could grant him a PR bond because he's been in there about 90 days, but I don't see any actual substance. It said it was mostly packaging in the discovery, and he's there for a controlled substance. So, and it's a state jail felony. So, I would respectfully ask the court if maybe they could consider PR bond. And Mr. Reyna said he's going to look into the the
Okay,
lab.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to set your plea of not guilty. Mr. Rayner, go ahead and see if there's any substance that they are testing.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garcia, if you want that motion heard, you can file it with the court and we'll set it for a date so that Mr. Rayner can prepare his side.
Okay, Judge.
Okay.
Thank
With
you.
that, everyone's excused. You have a good day.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Boy. I guess.
I'm going to go ahead and bring Judge into the session for Mr. Perez.
Yes, we're ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
You call
I
it,
am having, looks like I'm having problems with my video. You can't see me, can you, Judge?
No, sir.
Oh, boy.
I recognize you, your voice. Mr. Burns, you might need to.
Here we go.
Okay,
Got
I
it.
see. All right. 10:45, the state takes versus Justin Perez. He's looking at a capital murder charge. He's been in jail for 46 days, and this is a motion for examining trial or reduction of bail. So, Mr. Sibley, I'm assuming that you have filed these motions with the court.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, are we ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, I guess state, you need to call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. So the state calls Jesse Fimbres. If I may go retrieve him from the
Is he
hallway.
in the courtroom or is he?
He's in the court. He's out in the hallway.
Okay, Mr. Dorsch, could you bring him in? What's his name again?
Jesse Fimbres.
Jesse Fimbres.
Yes, sir. I'm here in the jury deliberation room. You can come in here.
The 105th?
Yes, sir.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna put him there in front of the bench, and so we don't have any feedback.
Okay,
Since you're gonna be asking the questions.
that's a good idea. Thank you. And by the way, Judge, I am going to play some video. So if I could be able to.
Tara, go ahead and start making him a co-host.
Him and Mr. Sibley are both co-hosts.
Mr. Dorsch, bring the witness up here to the bench.
If I may, Your Honor, I said we were ready, but I don't see my client on here. Is he on the call somewhere?
Sir, is your client in jail?
Yes.
He's
Oh,
on-
that's-
Okay,
I didn't recognize him. All right.
okay. He's, it appears he's the only one in jail on the screen.
All right.
So raise your right hand. Not the defendant, but the person facing to testify. So you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
And state your name.
My name is Jesse Joe Pimbres Jr.
Thank you, sir. Could you spell the last name, please, for my court reporter?
F as in Frank, I, M as in mother, B as in brother, R-E-S.
Okay, thank you, sir. You put your hand down.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Judge, I am going to offer 4 exhibits. They are 4 videos that I've provided to the defense. And so I'd like to know if the defense is okay if I admit the videos, pre-admit them, or if the
Mr. Byrne, let's go ahead and identify those real quick.
Sure. Well, they're states exhibits 1 through 4. And those are videos of the interior of the game room in question here, and also 2 different angles of the front door area of the game room. Those are the same 4 videos that I have already provided to the defense.
Mr. Sibley has received those. Do you have any objections, sir?
No, not this time, Your Honor. At some point, if this case continues, we'll probably complain that there's more video that we haven't received yet. But we have
Okay.
no objection at this time.
So, sir, those are admitted and you can publish them when you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, Mr. Fimbres, could you please state your full name for the record?
And Jesse Joe Pimbres Jr., or if you can't pronounce, Pimbres. That's my point, Jesse Joe Pimbres Jr.
Okay, yes, sir. And Mr. Fimbres, do you remember the events that occurred the evening of September 2nd, 2022?
I do.
Okay. Where were you on September 22nd, 2022, around 4 o'clock in the morning?
I was at the Lucky Stars game room over on Castores.
Okay, can you be a little bit more specific about where the game room is located on Castores?
Yes, it's right at the right by SPID. It's behind the laundromat. There's Enrique's restaurant. I don't know the exact address. I'll be honest. I've been there for a while working there, but I don't know the exact address. But it's across from Lexington Manor Apartments.
Okay, and when you say game room, what do you mean by a game room?
It's they have several games, what we call fish tables. At that particular one, they have two establishments right by each other, kind of catty corner. It's like literally a 2-second walk at an angle. They have the other one called Double Deuces, and that has slots. The one I'm speaking of right now, the one in question is Lucky Stars, and that's what the fish tables. They have only fish tables there, and this is I guess you would say gambling.
Okay, and why were you there on September 2nd about 4 o'clock in the morning?
I've been volunteering there for a while, and I kind of just I guess earned a position. You could say they kind of took me in as an unofficial employee. I would like to say. I mean, I was customer at first, and I just kind of volunteer. Picking up, the trash in the parking lot and all that. So I really did, I was an employee. I just was not on payroll.
Okay, I'd like to, this time, I'd like to show you State's Exhibit number 1.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. Okay. Mr. Fimbres, can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you just describe what you're seeing here and at the very beginning of State's Exhibit number 1?
I see the BMW that I had already been I recognized from being there. I knew who the BMW was.
I'll be more specific, like just generally, like where is this what we're seeing here, where is it?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. This is right in front of the entrance to Lucky Stars, and also the other establishment, as you can see, with the white truck and the white, I guess, Suburban.
Okay, so where is the front door in this video of Lucky Stars game room?
Right behind the Mustang GT, right directly behind that Mustang.
So is that the lower left-hand corner of this still shot here?
Yes, sir. Right with you would see that black kind of tower looking thing. Well, that's for the cigarette butts.
Okay, and then in the lower right-hand corner, there's a date and time. Can you read that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Would you like me to read it out loud?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that'll be September the 2nd of 2022.
And is there a time?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, 4:19 and 32 seconds. That'd be in the AM.
Okay, let me just play, and now I'm going to play State's Exhibit 1. All right. At this time, I'm going to now play State's Exhibit number 2. Okay, Mr. Fienbris, can you see State's Exhibit number 2?
I can, sir, yes.
Okay, and again, just generally, I'm going to ask you some general questions about this. Where is this located? Like what we're looking at here, what is this?
This is the camera angle of the front entrance, that little window with the desk right there. That's where the man is standing and where Mr. Galindo is standing. That's the actual entrance to the door.
Okay, and can you see the date and time in the lower right-hand corner?
Yes, sir. September the 2nd of 2022 at 4:20 a.m.
Okay, and who do you see here in this in the picture here?
Myself and Mr. Galindo.
And is there another person?
Yes, I don't know his name, but he's a Caucasian male right there. He's a customer, and I believe that's the female in the background, or maybe Chapa.
Okay, and then there's a window there for maybe a clerk. Is there someone?
Right.
Is there someone behind that window?
Yes, sir. That would be my friend, and also the employee at that time.
Okay, and what is his name?
His name is Derek Edgar.
Okay, all right. So, and what clothes are you wearing here in this shot?
I'm wearing the black shorts and the black shirt with a white or some type of graphic in the front.
Okay, so
as well as a hat or skull cap.
At this time, I'm going to play State's Exhibit number 2.
Is there volume or there's no audio?
There's no audio in these videos.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Fienbris, did you see the first 11 seconds there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you summarize from your point of view what happened up to this point in the video?
Yes, Mr. Galindo did. He stepped as soon as you stepped in the door. Excuse me.
Well, let's just be clear. You're referring to Mr. Galindo. What is Mr. Galindo wearing?
I'm sorry, Mr. Galindo is wearing I want to say pink or salmon colored collared shirt.
Okay.
A polo style shirt with the dark colored shorts.
What is Mr. Galindo holding in his hands?
A assault rifle, AR-15 to be specific.
Okay. And when Mr. Galindo walked in the door, did he say anything?
Yes, sir, he did.
What did he say?
He said out loud, but he was looked at me and said, "Hey man, give me the fucking money."
Did Mr. Galindo say anything else that you remember?
I can't remember specifically, but it was like 2 words that just like he said, "Nah, give me the fucking money," and then he said, Get it now. Give it now. Give it to me now." Yeah, if it wasn't that exact word, it was, just demanding the money.
Okay. All right. I'm going to now I'm going to play the rest of the video. Okay, can you tell the court and just sort of summarize what happened from your point of view in this event?
Well, he seemed very shaky. So when you can't hear it, we don't have audios, but he right after he demanded money, I told him I responded with, "Hey man, I don't have any money." I said, "We don't have any money." Of course, I was really speaking on myself because I didn't have any, but I was just telling him we don't have no money. Of course, that wasn't necessarily true because I knew what he was referring to. Anyway, so after I responded with that, he cocked back the assault rifle because people were still kind of like, I guess on the fence, like, oh, is this a joke type of deal, or which I knew it wasn't. When he cocked it back and he seemed like he real shaky or nervous, holding the rifle, and it actually misfired or accidentally he hit the trigger and accidentally took a shot. So I don't know if you can see right when he is speaking to me, and I respond with, "We don't have no money." That's when he cocked it back, and like maybe a split second after it went off, his gun went off, and I believe at the same time is when he also had been fired upon.
So we saw in the video Mr. Galindo falling over. Why is it that he fell over?
Because my buddy Derek actually took a shot, which I was confident he would need to take. As when you see me put my hands up, I'm speaking to him. I was trying to keep his attention on myself because he was gonna turn. He looked like he was gonna turn and point the gun at Derek, and so I was just trying to give his attention so that my buddy Derek could get a clear shot.
Okay. Did you at that time, did you feel threatened by Mr. Galindo?
Yes, very much so. Because he was gonna point at Derek, but then when I got attention on me, he literally was just about to move up, like, and I know he was gonna point it at myself next. When I got his attention. As you can see, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Who is the person that shot Mr. Galindo?
To Derek Edgar.
Okay, where in this video here is Derek Edgar?
He is behind that window in we call it just the office, where that window and the little black table right there. That's all where where people had to go cash out when they did get any winnings from the games.
And do you remember how many shots Mr. Edgar fired at Mr. Galindo?
I thought it was one. I only heard one because it happened so fast, but that's all I heard, as to my knowledge. But right after the fact, I believe it was 3 that, but as far as what I heard, it all happened. It must have been that first shot that Mr. Edgar took was that like right after, if not at the same exact time that the Mr. Galindo had accidentally fired.
Okay, so you say Mr. Galindo accidentally fired the rifle?
I mean, if he, at that one, I have to say he didn't mean to because he was so shaky. I mean, I'm sure he was going to take a shot. I don't think he was just going to point the gun. I think he was actually, I felt he was going to take that shot because he looked very angered because the people, I could see the people were still kind of like, okay, like, I think he was somebody kind of just laughed a little bit, like, whatever,
I'm
dude.
sorry, what a little bit?
Not laughed, I'm sorry, but chuckled maybe, just kind of like a nervous kind of laugh, like, because they weren't sure if this was a real robbery. And that's, I believe, why he did cock back the assault rifle, to show that, hey, this is a real gun. I'm not playing with you.
Okay, so after Mr. Galindo is shot and he falls to the ground here, you pick up the rifle yourself, right?
Yes, I wanted to just make sure he was down, and I took it just to make sure that he couldn't get back up and grab it.
Now, to be clear, Mr. Fimbres, you are a convicted felon. Is that true?
I am, sir.
Okay, and so knowing that you were a convicted felon, for what reason did you pick up the rifle?
Simply for self-defense, and this would be, I was saying this would be an occasion where I'd be exempt from any criminal, I guess, a conviction or crime. You know, it wouldn't be a crime because this was a emergency situation where not just myself was in danger, but everybody that was there.
Okay, so I'm going to play a part of the state's exhibit number 2 where you're holding the weapon. Okay.
Right. Yes.
So you're pointing the rifle at the door. Why are you doing that?
Because I knew that he didn't just come walk out. I know he had to have come off a vehicle, that he had to have somebody waiting. I didn't know for sure, but I speculated. Only makes sense. But I did see the headlights though. I could not make out because while Mr. Galindo, right, we were standing, it was like standing only like feet from me. I couldn't make out what type of headlights they were. You know, because but I knew that it had to be the vehicle. I suspected that it was the vehicle he had got off of.
Okay, so in short, were you concerned that maybe someone else was going to come in with a gun?
Exactly. That if he didn't come out, for sure. I said if they didn't hear the shots, was that they were going to wait on if he didn't come out within a matter of time, that they were going to come storming in to I guess to back up their friend. If anything, in retaliation, if they did hear the shot.
I want to object. There's no question before the witness. It's narrative.
Okay. Yeah. So Mr. Fienbrace, it's question and answer.
Yes.
Okay. So just try, if you can, to only answer the question that you're asked.
Right. I'll try to simplify. Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to this time play for you State's Exhibit number 3. Can you see this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, can you just generally explain what this camera view is?
This is the camera view from in front of the opposite of the camera angle that we first saw from Exhibit 1.
So is this the outside of the Lucky game room?
Right out front of the entrance of Lucky Star's game room.
Okay, and the time in the date and time?
Yes, and that is September the 2nd of 2022 at 4:19 and 58 seconds a.m.
Okay, I'm going to play the video. Okay, so I'm going to pause the video. Mr. Fienbrace, you saw a black vehicle pull up in front of the doors. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe the make and the color of that vehicle?
Yes, sir. You just talking about the dark colored vehicle?
Yes.
It's a BMW.
Okay.
I don't know the exact model. It's a newer model. Ford is a big body sedan.
Okay.
BMW.
And what we saw is that the black BMW was in the parking space in front of the game room, and it then pulled in front of the game room and sat there for about a minute or so, right?
Right.
Okay. And now the vehicle has pulled around back and parked away from the front door. And then we see now that same BMW is now pulling back toward the game room. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So now, is that you that at this point, this is at 4:22:38 a.m. and you see yourself walk out of the door, right?
Correct. That is myself in the graphic, the black shirt and black shorts.
What was going on here and what did you do?
Right there is when Mr. Galindo had already been subdued. If that could be the term I could use. And I was actually coming out to tell the customers that to go ahead and that they needed to go somewhere and get away because it wasn't safe there. That the crime had just took place.
Okay, play it some more. Okay, so now at the end, the part that we just saw, you are, it looks like you're talking and you're walking toward the parking lot. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, and to whom are you talking to and who are you walking toward?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I don't know his name. But the defendant, the dependent is who is in that BMW. That's I'm going towards the black BMW, which is now out of range of the camera view.
Okay, and what are you saying to him and what is he saying to you?
I was telling him, told him, well, I guess he had heard what I told the customers. So I was coming out to tell him also to get out. But before I could, he asked what happened. And I said, I said, you didn't hear the shots. I said, dude, a guy just came in and tried to rob us. And my buddy, I distracted him, and my buddy shot him dead. Yes, that was what I said.
Do you remember what okay, so the person that you're, actually, let me play it. I'm going to finish this video and then show you State's Exhibit number 4, okay?
Right.
Okay, that was State's Exhibit 3, and now I'm going to play State's Exhibit 4, the last exhibit. Mr. Fimbres, can you see State's Exhibit 4?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and what are we looking at here?
We're looking at myself at the door and the defendant who is in the black BMW.
Okay, so this is the same occasion that we just saw in State's Exhibit 3, but from a different camera angle?
Yes, sir. Right. The camera is across from Exhibit 3.
Okay.
Pointing the opposite direction.
No, okay, I'm going to play Exhibit 4. Okay, so here, what's happening at this moment?
I was right after, as I was at the door, when I was telling everybody, "Hey, get out of here!" It's dangerous here. They try to rob us, and I told them, "Yeah, y'all gotta go. Everybody go. Everybody get out of here. It's not safe here." And then as I walk over to the BMW, the defendant, I was about to tell him, and that's when the defendant asked what happened or something along those lines. And I told him that, "Hey man, yeah, the dude try to rob us." And yeah, because I didn't realize I was his friend. Anyway, so I told him, and he said, "Oh, that." I told him, "Yeah, that he tried to rob us, and I distracted him while my buddy Derek shot him dead."
Okay. Do you remember this person that you're talking to in this black BMW? Is that the driver that you're talking to?
Yes, that is the driver.
Okay. Did you notice? So here's you walking up to the car. Did you notice if there was anyone else in that vehicle?
I noticed there was nobody in the passenger, but the tinted windows in the back left me suspicious. I was right there at that moment. I was thinking somebody could be in the back right there, but I was more than sure that when I saw the position of that BMW, that he was a getaway driver. But I wasn't gonna put him in blast because really, honestly, I thought the driver may have had an arm, had a gun, and was probably possibly trying to, speak to me calmly to distract me. I felt like he might, there was a possibility he could open fire on me at that moment.
Now, this moment here in the State's Exhibit 4, which is September 2nd at 4:23 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Is this the first time that you had seen the driver of that BMW?
No, that wasn't the first time.
Okay. When was the first time that you saw the driver of the BMW?
Hours before that, at the other establishment, also another game room, if you will, where the white truck and the white Suburban vehicle.
Okay, so that's sort of the middle top of the screen. That's another game room. Is that right?
Right. And that's where I saw the defendant along with his friends. There was a big group. They were all together playing.
Did you at the other game room? Okay, when did that happen? How long before 4:23 in the morning did you see the driver of that BMW at the other game room?
As early as like around 9 p.m. It was well before midnight. That when I first noticed them.
Okay, and how many times did you see the driver prior to 4:23 a.m.?
Several times. I was back and forth all night. I work at both of them, doing cleaning and whatever needs to be done. So I saw him several times, and the people he was with.
Okay, and so it's safe to say that you got a good look at the driver.
Definitely.
Okay. Did you, before this moment at 4:23 a.m., did you speak with the driver at all?
Not directly. They were the group he was with. I kind of just was over there. They were like doing a race or something basically right behind the where the two white vehicles are in front of the other game room. They were out there in a group at one point. I want to say around 11, maybe midnight. They went outside, I guess, to take a cigarette break, a smoke break, and I remember going over there speaking to them, but I did not speak to him directly, no.
Okay. What was the driver doing that night that you saw?
I know they were smoking weed, and
I'm not going to ask you what anyone else was doing. I'm just asking you what the driver was doing.
Oh, I'm sorry. He was I want to say he played the slots a little bit, but really for the most part, he was there with his buddies in the game room, and he really wasn't playing much if he did play at all. And he was eating snacks.
Okay. Now, Mr. Galindo in the pink shirt, had you seen him earlier that night as well?
Yes, sir. I saw him playing the slots at that other game room where the white vehicles are parked.
Okay. Did you see the driver of this BMW and Mr. Galindo together that evening?
Yes, yes, that, I mean, not by themselves, they were with a group, but yes, did speak, I saw them speak to each other, maybe like a few occasions during that period of time. that
Did
they
it,
were-
did it seem that they were together in the same group?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna continue with State's Exhibit 4. Okay, so what we see there at the end is the BMW now leaving the scene, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Did the police show up?
Yes, they did.
Okay, because someone called the police, is that right?
That is correct.
Did you call the police?
I did not. That'd be my buddy Derek.
And when the police arrived, did you give a statement to the police?
Not immediately. You mean like an unofficial, nothing on paper? You mean just a verbal statement?
Yeah, did you tell the police what happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you meet with the detective?
I did meet with the detective. Yes.
Did the detective show you any photographs of individuals to see if you can identify anyone?
He did, yes, sir.
Okay, and did you positively identify anyone in the in photographs that the detective showed you?
I did immediately as soon as I saw, recognized the defendant.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Fimbres. I pass the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Fimbres,
Yes, sir.
you were not either in the car or near the car before Mr. Galindo got out with the AR-15 to go into the game room, correct?
That's correct.
So you did not hear any conversations or any interaction that went on between the two of them, did you?
I did not.
And later, when you told him to go, basically minutes, I think about 3 minutes after the shooting, I wrote down that he asked you what had happened, right?
Correct.
And you told him, right?
Correct.
That basically his friend had tried to rob the place and he'd gotten shot.
Correct.
And as my notes say that he said, "Oh."
No, he said, "Oh, he's dead," and with a state of shock. And I said, "Yes, he's dead." And he literally just stayed paused.
Okay, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
That was about it. He said, "Oh," he's like, he didn't. I guess he couldn't believe it for a second. That was. He just paused and that was it.
All right, so I suppose it's self-evident, but just to be clear, my client, Mr. Perez, never went in the game room.
He did not.
He never held a gun.
No.
And you probably legitimately thought you might be in some danger from whoever was outside, but he never was aggressive towards you, was he?
It was not.
And you were comfortable enough to walk to the car and tell him, "Hey, you need to leave," or something to that effect, right?
True, but since I could only see his left hand, that possibility still was in my mind. That the other hand, which was out of view,
Okay.
that
There was a possibility, but you felt comfortable enough to go over there and talk to him.
well, I
Tell him
couldn't
to
see who it
leave.
was till I got closer. I mean, I didn't know he was driving yet till I walked up because I seen the BMW, but I didn't. That was the first time I seen anybody actually driving the vehicle, and I need glasses, so I got up close. And when I saw who it was still going through my mind, like I know they were in the same group. And that's why if you notice how I'm backing up, I'm still keeping my eyes on him because I don't want to turn my back towards him. But no, he did not deem a threat or come off threatening or even brandish any kind of weapon. No.
So can you agree with me that whether it's a robbery or we'll discuss maybe the motive was a little different, but the crime was committed by Mr. Galindo, not by my client, correct?
That's correct. At least that particular crime.
All right. Now, do you have any knowledge that my client tried to promote or assist Mr. Galindo in doing what he was doing or did?
No direct, I guess, substantial evidence, like any.
You're making an inference, aren't you? Because he was outside in the car, he must have been.
Well, at an angle though, like why, at the park at that angle, I did see the headlights. Couldn't make out what kind of vehicle it was because Mr. Galindo was in the way, but I did see headlights go around, come back.
All right.
So
we saw how the car moved, but you're making an inference from the fact that he was out in that car nearby. Basically, what you're doing is making an inference, right? You know what an inference is?
I guess like a guess, educated guess or something, just
kind of
suspicion or.
And I think at some point I heard you use the word speculate, right?
I did, yes. I mean, because I would be lying if I said that I recognized the vehicle. I mean,
right now, well, I'm interested in what you know about whether my client knew this was fixing to happen or participated in any way. But correct me if I'm wrong, you don't know what went on between these two, whether he knew that this was going to happen or whether he tried to stop it. You don't know anything like that, do you?
I don't. I don't.
Okay. And there's one other way I think that the state can claim that my client's responsible for that, and that is if there's some type of agreement. Lawyers use conspiracy as a word. You don't know any agreement that existed between my client and Mr. Galindo, do you?
I don't. But it's kind of hard to hide an AR-15 and just last second pull it out and you not having any knowledge of it. I mean, he could have jumped on the phone. If it was like that, he could have jumped on the phone and called the police immediately to report.
Now I'm not completely conversant on when guns are legal and when they're not.
Okay.
But whatever, we're talking about here something other than having a gun in the wrong place at the wrong time. Okay, they've charged something way more serious than that. You understand that, right?
I understand that, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, these guys, and by these guys, I'm talking about my client and Galindo, and there are a couple other guys that are there on and off that night, right?
Quite a few, yes.
Okay. And they were playing the games.
Only two of them were really.
All right.
Galindo and another one, just to specify. The other guys, I remember specifically because the guy working at the game room that they were playing the slots at, they left the beds and all kinds of, so I know specifically it stood out. And to confirm that, CJ is his name, the employee at the slots, literally told me that only two of them did play, and the other guys.
Well, if I may object to the response of this, I just asked that, okay, two of them were playing the games and the other two were kind of hanging out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
All right. And so these guys were familiar to you, maybe not by name, but you'd seen them around that night on and off throughout the night, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, that night, yes.
Now these cameras, I went out there a day or two ago and saw them, and the screen here looks kind of, these are modern video cameras, right? Security cameras, correct?
I couldn't tell you specifically, but they seem so, yes.
All right. Do they have, I know that the version that I have and apparently Mr. Byrne has does not have video, but do they record video and we just don't have it, or they don't record at all, or you don't know?
I don't know any of those details. That's not to my knowledge.
Do you know if there's more recording on a computer hard drive or wherever? And is there more video? There must be, because these are run 24 hours, right?
Yes, I was told that, but I mean, like, as far as me knowing definitively, no. I mean, that I was told that, yes, they have they record for a certain amount of time, and yes, but they are capable of recording.
All right, and I'm not focusing on whatever your unfortunate criminal background is, but just as common sense. If somebody was involved in this and they were the so-called getaway driver, they probably wouldn't hang around for 3 minutes after the incident, right? At least 3 minutes.
No, well, if that's their friend, I would say, yeah. I mean, if that's really your friend, you want to make sure, but once I told him that he was dead, you notice he sped off.
All right, so you told him to leave, right? And he didn't drive that fast, did he?
I mean, it looked, he didn't drive, he didn't like go speed away, but he looked, I mean, it seems kind of fast for that short little distance to the
Well,
exit.
you gave, I think you testified earlier that you told him to leave. Your friend's been shot, leave. And you're waving your arms like leave, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Galindo suffers, in addition to being severely overweight, he's crippled in some manner. I think they call it fibromyalgia, or he has problems walking, doesn't he?
Now I didn't know at the time, but when I see the video now, I can see that there may be so, but I don't know. I didn't know this. This is news to me. This is new information.
But watching the video, you'd agree that he walks very awkward and kind of on the side of his foot, and he's very heavy.
Right.
So when my client drove over to the kind of across the parking lot, or even when he was up close, there's no way that Mr. Galindo was going to make a quick getaway, given his physical condition, was there?
Okay, I'm not going to be able to say definitively not, because I've seen big guys move fast in a time like that. Adrenaline can do a lot.
All right, you used the word that he looked angry, right?
Yes, sir.
And I won't try and do it unless it's necessary, but if you stop the video at a certain place, he looks really angry on his face, right? So did he go in there angry? Is that your perception?
Yes, I mean, yes, and especially cursing, demanding the money, and cursing, give me the fucking money.
All right, go ahead. The money could be something other than just robbing the place in general. I mean, he was angry, wasn't he, because he thought y'all weren't paying out the winnings properly?
Yeah, I don't. I know he had lost a lot of money, and he only won a little bit. So I know that he was upset for that, but I don't.
Okay.
I don't know about that particular.
I didn't hear you say, "Give me all the money." I heard you say something like, "Give me the money." That could be the money he thought he had won, not just robbing the place generally, right?
No, I mean, regardless, the money comes from that area. So nonetheless, the threat's still there. The threat is very much.
I didn't say anything about threat, but as you testified earlier, I don't think you said anything, just the money, not describing the money, right?
Right. He did say, "Hey, give me the fucking money," was his exact words. Yes.
Okay. Now, I've been told, and you were there, you've seen him in person, I haven't, that this young man weighed somewhere between 300 and 400 pounds. He's a pretty big guy, right?
Right.
And I've been told that my client weighs less than 100 pounds. Would you disagree with that? He's a pretty smaller guy, right?
No, he couldn't be more than 120, 115 pounds.
Okay. And would you agree with me that my client doesn't necessarily have the ability to stop his friend when his friend gets angry and wants to do something?
True, but I mean, no matter what size, he had a weapon. He had a very serious weapon, so it didn't matter.
Right. That would make it even more difficult for my client to stop him, right?
I would say so.
So the bottom line is you really don't know that my client had any involvement in this crime other than he was there with a friend on and off all night, and his friend did this at roughly 4:20 a.m.
Yeah, I don't, I can only say that I know for sure that he had to have seen the weapon right there. He grabbed it from his seat. So the Mr. Galindo had the assault rifle in the car already, either on his lap or he couldn't hide it from.
Well,
the
again, I don't know whether the gun was legal or not for sure, but I'm talking about the so-called robbery. You don't have any evidence that my client knew that was fixing to happen.
I don't, but you know, and yeah, if he did, it would only be at that last second when he pulled the weapon out. I mean,
All right. Now, I've been told by more than one person that they played at that game room regularly, not just that one night. They've been there pretty much for the last week, maybe longer than that. I mean, you've seen that guy, or not just that one night, right?
no, to me, it couldn't. It wasn't a week. I would say maybe about 3-4 days, though. The 3 or 4 nights, 3 nights
Okay.
prior plus that night.
All right. And the place is open 24 hours, correct?
Right.
And at least on some of those nights, they were there. Well, this night, they were there till 4:20 a.m. I mean, they were there a lot of hours, right?
True.
So these, whether you knew their exact names or not, these were not strangers to you.
They were still strangers to me because those 4 nights were the only time I had seen any of them. I never seen any of those guys ever prior to the nights, those few nights that I said.
Right.
I'm there every night. I'm there every day, every night.
All right. Well, we can wonder what the exact definition of stranger is, but at least you'd seen them for 4 nights roughly.
Yes.
All right. So in the police report, or one of the police reports or affidavits, whatever it's called, it says that these guys were walking back and forth between the 2 game rooms.
Well,
You see?
yes, because you can only cash out. You can't cash out at the slots. You have to go to the Lucky Stars to go cash out. So that would be the reason why they were back and forth.
Okay. So the money is kept at the other one, the one by the white truck, right?
No, the money is kept at the Lucky Stars where Mr. Galindo had entered with the rifle.
So why would you need to be walking over to the other one to cash out?
I'm talking about cashing out. They go from the slots where they were at to Lucky Stars to go cash out.
All right. So the money is there where this happened, and also like this Derek guy is like the boss, right? That's where the decisions are made.
No, he's not a boss. He's not the boss at all. He's an employee, and he's not anything more.
Or is he the one that makes the decision on whether to pay out or not?
He does have that. Well, I mean, yes, but he does, yes.
Okay. So that also, would you disagree with me that all sounds consistent? Not that I'm sure it makes much difference, but it all is consistent with Mr. Galindo being angry that he thought he should have been paid out more, and he did this stupid thing.
Judge, I'm gonna object that he's asking the witness to speculate about a whole collection of different facts.
The same.
All right. Are you familiar with the word twisted means? I mean, it means more than one thing, but are you familiar with what it means in connection with alcohol?
Okay, yes.
And what does it mean?
Means that you're already under the influence. I'm not completely drunk, but you're already out. You're well inebriated, to say the least.
All right. Was Mr. Galindo twisted that night?
I don't know for a fact, but I can tell when someone's under the influence. So I know he was under the influence of something, some type of substance. To me, my educate, like my time in the streets, and I would say maybe pills, but he did seem under the influence of alcohol. That could make sense, yes.
All right. So from my experience, leaving a high school football game 50 years ago or 40 years ago, sometimes a friend will do things that you don't expect them to do, like throw a rock at a Pizza Hut sign and break it, right? I mean, you don't always know what your friends are going to do.
Judge, I'm gonna object to relevance with this question.
Mr. Sibley.
The whole issue is whether my client knew this was fixing to happen, I believe. And I'm just asking the witness that this happens. Friends do things that you don't expect them to do sometimes.
So Judge, the question I think is irrelevant for this witness. And secondly, the question that defense counsel is going to ask Mr. Fiengrace is a speculative question. So
I'll make it more definite.
So sustain. Ask your next question, sir.
Thank you. Have you ever had a friend do something you didn't expect a friend to do?
Judge, again, I'm going to just object to relevance. I mean,
I'm okay with that, Mr. Burns. You can answer the question, sir.
Yes, I've had friends do things that I didn't know was gonna happen, but I can tell in patterns of behavior that they were gonna do something, but no, I can't. To answer your question, they have done something that I didn't expect.
All right. I think this will be my last question. We talked about inference earlier. Do you recall that?
Inference, yes.
All right. Now, the inference you're making is not the only inference that could be made in connection with my client, right? There's other equally plausible inferences for why he might be there with his friend after being there most of the night on and off. And
Judge, I'm going to object again. He's asking why the defendant was there. Again, he's asking for the witness to speculate.
Sustain.
No further questions.
Mr. Fiengrace, thank you for testifying today. So you're excused.
Sir, I hope I was helpful. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Burns, do you have another witness at this time?
Detective Armendariz.
Mr. Dorsch, could you find a detective, please?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Let me have you raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burns, you may proceed.
Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
Albert Armendariz.
Detective Armendariz, are you the detective in charge of the case of Justin Perez?
Yes, I am.
And did you respond to the scene on September 2nd, 2022 in the early morning hours?
Yes, I did.
And did you conduct an investigation in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the course of your investigation, did you find any information about the rifle that was used in this robbery?
I know that it's stolen.
Okay. Any idea who stole it?
No.
The BMW that we see in the state's exhibits, were you able to gather any information about who the owner is of that BMW, at least the registered owner?
Yes.
And who is that?
It was recently purchased by Margarita Martinez.
And who is Margarita Martinez to Justin Perez, the defendant?
I believe that's his mother.
Did you ever have the opportunity to interview Mr. Perez about the events on September 2nd?
When he was arrested, after I obtained 2 warrants for his arrest, he was brought to the police station, and I was about to read him his Miranda warning when he said that he had already employed a lawyer, and he asked if we would call the lawyer with him in the room to see if they would come down, because he said that at that point he would get sick.
Okay, so I've just asked you did you interview him?
I did not ask him any questions, no.
Okay. So did Mr. Perez tell you anything about the events of September 2nd?
Yes, he did.
Okay. What did he tell you?
He told me that his friend was mad about losing $50 and was going into that game room to get his $50 back. And he said that the security guard disarmed his buddy and shot him with his own gun.
Okay, so what Mr. Perez told you is that he was indeed there at the time of the robbery. Is that true?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he tell, did Mr. Perez tell you where he was at the time of the robbery?
No,
Okay. Did Mr. Perez tell you that he was driving that black BMW?
no,
Did Mr. Perez tell you that he was with Mr. Galindo immediately before the robbery?
yes,
And let's see. Did Mr. Perez tell you why he left the scene?
he said that the security guard told him that he disarmed Mr. Galindo, shot him with his own gun, and told him to leave. He said that he left because he was afraid that he was about to get shot.
Okay. Now, Mr. Perez is charged currently with what?
Aggravated robbery and capital murder.
Okay. Did you gather any information at all about who owned the rifle that was used in the robbery?
Yes, I obtained, and I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but there is a CCBPD police report that documents the burglary of a habitation where that particular rifle was stolen.
Okay. Did you, in the course of your investigation, did you gather any information to indicate whether or not Mr. Justin Perez had possessed that rifle?
Just from an interview that I did prior with somebody who is Mr. Galindo's brother, who actually had a conversation over Facebook Messenger with Justin Perez about that issue.
And what did Justin Perez say about it?
He said that the AR belonged to him and that he let Mr. Galindo use it.
Okay. And that comes from David Galindo, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have at this time. Pass the witness.
Mr. Sibley?
Thank you. A little bit confused. I thought you said you did not interview him, but you heard him say all these things. How did you hear him say these things?
He just likes to talk without being asked questions.
And do you have any evidence to present to this court that my client, Mr. Perez, intended to aid or assist or participate in the robbery other than he was in the car outside the game room?
From the statement he made saying that he knew Mr. Galindo was entering that facility with an AR-15 to recover $50 means that he knew that a robbery was just about to happen.
Now, do you know if Mr. Galindo has a habit of being armed all the time or most of the time?
I don't have any evidence that he's ever been arrested for or accused of that before, no.
All right. And you do know that Mr. Galindo is fairly severely disabled, or was at least?
After the fact, I found out, yes, that he has medical problems.
All right. Sometimes maybe disabled people feel need to have a weapon to defend themselves from bullying and whatever.
Oh, I don't really understand that, but I don't see him walking around with an AR-15, no.
Maybe, of course, not common, but not illegal, is it?
What he did was illegal. What he did was aggravated robbery.
I'm not saying what he did with it, but merely having the gun was not illegal, was it?
There are places where that type of weapon is prohibited, and I just like you, I can't specifically say if he's allowed to walk into that game room with that weapon.
Okay. Now, whatever gun crime may or may not exist, you have no reason to believe my client knew there was going to be a robbery. Right?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Now, a person can go in a store to complain, try and get what they think they're due. And that's not necessarily a robbery, is it?
If he's holding an AR-15, that is a robbery.
If the weapon is, and I'm not saying it wasn't pointed at somebody, but hypothetically, if it's pointed at the ground the whole time, or let's suppose it was a handgun and it was in the holster the whole time, just having a gun does not turn a dispute over $50 into a robbery all by itself, does it?
I would think the tone of the conversation would dictate that.
I agree. And you don't know what conversation happened in the car or what my client knew he was going to do, him being Glendo. You don't know that my client knew Glendo was going to misbehave when he went in that building, other than, I guess, being angry.
Angry, possessing an AR-15, going inside to get his money.
All right. As part of your investigation, did you, I know you had, I guess, a crime scene person, Mr. Smith or Detective Smith or something like that, go out there?
There was Alexis Tuttle and Bob May.
All right. Did you have any involvement with the cameras yourself?
Oh, you're talking about our crime analyst? Yes, James Smith. I was not the one. He went there and he did the recovery.
All right. Do you know whether there's audio that has not been recovered?
To my knowledge, no audio.
Do you know if the device, whether it's a hard drive or whatever type of device the video is stored on, how much more video there would be?
There's a lot more video. We've got probably 4 hours of dozens of cameras.
So you took all, or you or Mr. Smith, a crime analyst Smith, took it all. It's just they didn't all get to me, right?
I haven't turned in this case yet. This case is still being investigated at this point.
No, I understand. I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to figure out what's out there. There's more out there is what you're telling me.
It's there and I'm sure you will get it.
Okay. So I'm going to summarize what I think you're saying. Correct me if I'm wrong. And this will be the last question, unless there's a need for more. Your inference that my client knew there was fixing to be a robbery or somehow participated in some way is based on the fact that he was out in the parking lot in the car, the fact that he saw his friend take a gun in there, and he knew his friend was angry and felt like he should get $50. Is that fair?
There's a little more to it, but yes.
All right. Why don't you enlighten me on a little more?
Okay, the video is also going to show that the BMW left the premises for a time and then came back several minutes later is when they parked in front of the Lucky Stars. And then I'm saying when he moved the car into the getaway position, he also knew what was about to go down and he wanted to aid his friend in making a quicker getaway.
All right. And the video that has been produced will show exactly how the car moved around.
Correct.
Nothing further.
No further questions, Mayor?
No. Thank you, Detective, for testifying today. You're free to leave.
Thank you.
Mr. Burns, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sibley, do you have any witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. I call Aaron. He's sitting next to me here, and we would probably get him in on the view here.
Okay, so raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir. You may proceed.
Thank you. yourself to the court.
My name is Aaron.
And how are you related to Justin Perez?
Mrs. Sibley, hang on. I need a full name.
Aaron Reyes.
Thank you, sir.
How are you related from my client, Justin Perez, and the deceased Galindo, Jeremiah Galindo?
Both of them have been friends.
Might want to talk a little bit louder.
Both of them were both friends of mine for some time, for some years.
All right, and were you in the vicinity that night?
Yes, that night, yes, I was. We were all there having a good time doing what usually gets done at a game room, just playing games and just messing around. The snacks are free, drinks are free, as it says. So we was just there. Justin was playing the games. We were just there. We were Justin and Jeremiah playing the games. We were just there hanging around that night.
Was there any word about robbing the place ever said to you or to Justin within your head?
No.
And were you aware that Jeremiah?
Mr. Sibley, let me stop you real quick. My court reporter is telling me that we can hear the witness, but we can't hear your questioning.
Okay.
I didn't get anything on the last two questions at all.
Okay, so we're gonna have to ask those two questions again, sir.
All right. Were you in the vicinity when this happened that night, September 2nd?
Yes, sir.
And what were you doing?
We were there playing on the game room, at the game room across from where the situation occurred.
All right. Now, were you in one of those game rooms at the exact time this happened?
Not at the exact time, but prior to it happening, to the situation happening, yes, we were all there. That I was a part of the crowd that was there. We had picked up Jeremiah. Me and Justin had picked up Jeremiah to go play in the game rooms. And he said he wanted to go play at the game room with us, and so we picked him up that night. He was already feeling like what he referred to as twisted. He was already feeling good. He said he was on his third twisted tea, which is alcoholic beverage, and that. So we were like, "Oh, that's cool, that's cool." And we went to the game room, and it was usually what will occur is we'll go to a game room, and if the game room is not like say you're not winning at the game room, we'll go to another game room or another game room, like a game room hop. So that's basically what we were doing that night. We were just going from game rooms to game rooms.
All right. And you were when this actually happened?
Yes, I had left the game room to go to a female's house, and I was texting Jeremiah throughout the night while I was there, asking him, "What are you doing? You know, what's up?" Just because I was just bored, so I was just texting him while I was there, and I still have these text messages through Facebook, and it's just we're just conversating and everything's funny and we're laughing about a situation, but and this was all at like approximately 3:30 or 3:40 a.m. We were the last time me and Jeremiah smoked, and last time we spoke, it was a funny video he had sent me. He sent me a link to a funny TikTok, and that was the last I spoke to Jeremiah at around 3:30. But I sent him my address because he was supposed to pick me up from the game room after the fact that they were going to leave or whatever.
At some point, just pay the bill or whatever, but by coincidence, it shut off somewhere around between 3:30 a.m. and 4:20 a.m.
I wouldn't necessarily know too much, but yes, I'm assuming because I was in contact with Jeremiah throughout the night, so I didn't get no real contact. I wasn't texting him. Justin was more focused on playing the game. More than me and Jeremiah more focused on just conversating.
Okay. Jeremiah. Should have been paid today, he said.
Well, the problem with the game room is just I don't know, he just felt like they were just disrespecting him multiple times. Prior to this happening, he told his brother David Galindo how they were bullying him. He told David, his brother, how he felt as if the game room attendants were bullying him, and just like, for instance, if they want to, because it's free drinks and free chips and free sodas. So upon asking for a soda or a drink, you know, it's free, everything's free. They sometimes be like, well, no, we don't see you playing. Like, we just see him playing, like just mean things. But whenever someone else would go that wasn't playing and ask, they would give it to them. So Jeremiah felt some type of some way towards the attendants because of the disrespectful ways they were being there. Like, no, you got to put at least some money in the machine. And he was, like, as y'all said, putting money in the machine. So, I mean, his frustration was that they constantly wanted him to put money in the machine, but that's not like a rule where that says it on there. You know what I mean? Like, just stuff like that in general.
Mr. Sibley, I need you to ask your question in front of your computer because when you're over to the side, I can't hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Justin Perez is a very small individual, correct, for a man?
Yes, sir. He was under 100 pounds, if not barely over 100 pounds.
And Jeremiah is a very large individual.
He's, yes, around 350 to 400 pounds.
And what kind of personality? Is Jeremiah the type of guy that does what he wants to do, you know?
He's a very good person, a good-hearted person. Anyone that you can ask, and anyone that you will ask the definition of Jeremiah, I'm pretty sure everyone will have the same thing to say about him, how he was just a loving, caring person. It's just Jeremiah's just going to do what Jeremiah is going to do. Even if, you know, you want to tell him don't do it, he'll just, you know, okay, and then just do what he wants to do because Jeremiah was Jeremiah. I mean, he was his own person. He just always made it clear that just, you know, no one could tell him what to do. He had that type of ego.
All right, you're quite a bit bigger than Justin Perez, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you, if he really was going to do something, could you stop him?
Jeremiah?
Right.
Physically, I could have tried, but mentally, no. Like, no, if he wanted to do something, he was going to do it.
Jeremiah, depressed and suicidal at times?
Along the lines of heavily depressed. He had a lot of issues with his weight and his mobility. And like, as you said, Justin was his best friend. And like I was his best friend. And there was a lot, like certain things he was depressed about that, you know, he couldn't do or he couldn't like physically do with us, and he was just really having depressed. I know he was depressed because he was telling me he was depressed. I was telling him I was depressed around the time. And he was telling me, yes, I know what you're going through. I'm going through the same thing because he just felt like he really had no one at the time because prior to this, we would usually always hang out together. So he would always have someone. And prior to this, Justin would moved out and moved out from where he was, and he really stopped coming around. So Jeremiah really felt like abandoned and stuff like that. Like, and we would tell him like, no, like we're not gonna leave you, bro. Like, don't think like that. Don't talk, because he would say things like, well, when I die, just remember. And we'd be like, nah, bro, don't talk like that. Like, we all still here for each other. Like, you know what I mean? And he was just real depressed around the time of his death. We both would go back and forth. I have met our messages on my phone where we go back and forth and talk about our depression together.
All right, so Jeremiah is a little bit older than you, correct?
Yes, sir.
23, does that sound right? So a 23-year-old is talking about his impending or at least possible death.
Yes, in a sense to where he'd be like, when I would pass, just remember me for this. But he was talking like if he were gonna pass the next day, and we would always tell him like, no, bro, calm down, like just relax. He was really always stressed because he was depressed, because he really was the type of person to look out for everyone. So it really put a big weight on his shoulders because a lot of people would look to him for help. He would just stress himself out and put himself in a hole trying to help everyone else out.
Did he lose his girlfriend and fear he may never get another one?
That's another thing that would always have him depressed, because as me and Justin were healthy, you know what I mean? In a sense, we're healthy. And he was not healthy, and he was overweight, and he could barely move. So in a sense of girls, he really didn't try to talk to the girls, or he really didn't have no female company. As me and Justin would be able to talk to girls or have company of females, like there would be that's what I'm talking about, his depression, because we would have to, like, we would leave him. Like that night I left him because I wanted to go with a girl, and like he couldn't do certain things like that. He knew it, because it just, him and girls would not connect like that.
He never expressed that he didn't care whether he lived or died.
Yeah, well, he lived very carelessly as he didn't care. He just had a I don't care type of attitude about life. Like, and we tell him like, there's more to life than this, and he's just like, I don't care. Like, real, I don't care attitude. But a good person, yes, he was.
Have you ever heard the term suicide by cop?
I've heard the term.
Did you communicate with Justin Perez after this Galindo got shot?
Yes, I had some communication with Justin.
That night or morning?
That morning, yes.
Now his phone was dead, I think. So how did you communicate?
I don't remember exactly I communicated, but he called. I think he called me and I answered the phone, and that's how we communicated. I don't know. I don't remember how he called me. If it was through Facebook or if it was through the phone number.
Okay. Did he indicate surprise or did anything about his knowing this was going to happen or anything to that effect?
Yes, he was in total disbelief of what just occurred, and I was just trying to calm him down and tell him what happened, and he just kept telling me how Jeremiah was just tripping and how just he was tripping, and I was like, "What do you mean he's tripping?" And at this point, I didn't know he was deceased yet, so I was like, "Where's he at?" And he's like, "They told me they killed him," and I was just in disbelief as well.
All right. Nothing further.
Mr. Burns?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Reyes, were y'all using drugs that evening?
No, not drugs, but he was under the influence of alcohol when we picked him up. From what he told me and from what I can visually see, because me and Justin, I had video chatted him, or Justin had video chatted him right before we picked him up, and he was already drinking, and he said he was twisted. He was like, "I'm already twisted, bro. Y'all come pick me up."
What time did y'all pick him up?
I don't remember exactly, and I haven't gone back over like paperwork to see the timestamp we arrived, but I'm knowing somewhere from 8 p.m. to like 10 p.m. we picked him up from his home, not his apartment, because he had an apartment, but he also lived at home.
Okay, so when what your testimony is that Mr. Galindo was drunk at somewhere between 8 and 10 p.m. Is that right?
Well, he was drinking. Yeah, I'm not gonna say he was drunk. I do not know. I don't know for sure, but as what he was saying, yes, he was like, "I'm lit, bro. I'm twisted," and we're like, "Oh, we're gonna come get you. Like, let's go have a good time. We're gonna go to game room." He was
Okay.
just all for it.
Did you see Mr. Galindo using any drugs?
Not using drugs, but I seen him with the can of the beer.
Okay, so do they sell beer or any other alcohol at the game room?
No. They provide sodas.
Okay, so did you see Mr. Galindo drinking any alcoholic beverages between, say, 10 o'clock and 4:30 in the morning?
No, sir.
All right. When was the last time you saw Mr. Galindo? Do you remember what time that was?
It had to been from 1, 2, or 3 in the morning. 1 to 2, almost 3 in the morning. I probably left around then because I was getting bored of just sitting there because I didn't want to play. I didn't have the extra money to have fun and play. So I was just sitting there the whole night, and we were just sitting there, all of us, how we usually do. And I got bored of it, and I told him, "Well, I'm gonna go to this girl's house. Come pick me up whenever y'all are gonna get dropped off at home, so y'all can take me home." And he was like, "All right, that's cool." And I left from 2 or 3 in the morning. I left that Lucky Stars game.
Okay. And was Mr. Galindo, is it your testimony that Mr. Galindo was still drunk at 3 o'clock in the morning or so when you left?
Buzzing, but drunk, no. Not drunk, but buzzing, intoxicated, yes. In a different state of mind, yes.
Would it surprise you if Mr. Galindo had controlled substances in his blood at the time of his death? Would that surprise you?
Well, he was just going through so much, so I mean, would it surprise me? No, but would it surprise me? Yes and no.
Okay, where would Mr. Galindo get drugs from?
I would not know. I mean, his sources. I know I just know he has sources, just like Facebook,
Right.
Instagram, just finding someone.
Right. So Mr. Justin Perez, of course, you know that he sells drugs, right?
I'm not going to confirm he sells drugs. No.
No, my question is do you know whether or not Justin Perez sells drugs? Yes or no?
No.
No what?
No, sir.
No what? Does he sell drugs or no?
No, he doesn't sell drugs.
Okay.
I mean, he sells cars and flips cars, and he's been arrested before for selling cars because one time a title went bad, and they tried to say that it was a stolen car that he sold. So he sells cars and stuff like that.
Does he does Mr. Perez have a job?
Mr. Perez, yes, that's usually his job. Besides his mom's company that he works for from time to time.
What's his mom's company?
I do not know. I don't get too indulged in his.
How often does Mr. Perez work at his mom's company?
That's why I say he's often really. I'm oftenly, with my family and always at home with my family, and I don't ask him of his business.
So the answer is you don't know, right?
Oh yes, sir. I don't know.
Okay. And how much money does Mr. Perez make in, as you say, flipping cars?
I mean, it depends on what he can make. I mean, it depends on what type of cars, what type of month he's having. I wouldn't know. I've never been a business partner of him. I've never gotten to ask, I've never asked him, hey, can you show me how to sell cars? This and that. I'm employed. I work my own self. So I'm not really too involved.
Y'all were gambling that night for hours, many hours, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in the days prior to September 2nd, were you there gambling also?
Well, me gambling, I was not putting money myself, but there, yes, I was around, yes, driving in the cars and in the game rooms, yes, but all the footage will show I was just sitting there, just, observing everything that was going, observing Justin play. It's just like a good time, just like going out to the bar or whatever, let's go to the game room and hang out.
So Justin was there gambling for days. Is that safe to assume?
Yes, he's always been that way. Yes, he's game room from game room. What we'll do is we'll go to a game room and then leave, go to another one. It's game room hopping. That's what they refer to it as.
Okay. And on the night of September 2nd, when Mr. Galindo died, was Justin losing money or was he making money in gambling?
Both. That's how it goes. You win sometimes, you lose sometimes. You lose a lot, you win a lot. You up and down, up and down.
Do you know if he was in the hole?
I know he had won a good amount of money prior to that, but I wasn't paying attention. We were outside the game room most of the night. I went inside and I was just bored. I wasn't paying attention to his winnings, but I know to cash out, you have to stand in front of the machine and take a picture with your face behind the machine. And there was about, I could say 6 or 7 times where, because Justin, he was too indulged in the games and he didn't want to get up and physically walk across the street to go cash out. So we tell the guy, take a picture of me, I'll go walk for him. So I stood there in a couple occasions where there were $100 winning, $50, $60, $80 winnings. So I know if his winnings that night was very good, but his losses after I left, I would not know. But I know that night he was winning pretty good.
So you would go cash out for Justin Perez that night?
Well, me and Germ would do the same thing. Yeah, he just didn't want to get off the machine. He was too stuck on the machine to want to walk across the street. So it was fine with them by taking a picture and me getting the money for him.
So Justin Perez was asking Jeremiah Galindo to walk across the way to cash out his winnings. Is that correct?
That could be correct. Yes, because he was asking.
And Jeremiah was in agreement with that. Is that right?
Yeah, we weren't doing nothing. Yes, we had nothing better to do.
So Justin Perez was asking his disabled best friend who could hardly walk.
Well, he didn't
go cash out his winnings.
Answer.
To go cash out his winnings because Justin Perez didn't want to get up off his chair. Is that what you're saying?
Like testimony? No, I can't say that for sure because I had never seen Jeremiah get up out of the chair that night and go across the street. I was the whole night.
Are you familiar with when Mr. Perez got arrested?
I know he got arrested recently, but I don't know what for. Well, I know he got pulled over in his car.
Okay, he got pulled over in his car, and the police actually searched the apartment where he was. Is that right? You understand that, right?
What apartment? No, I don't know about this.
You don't know about that?
What apartment?
The apartment that the police searched.
No, I don't know what apartment we're at or what they got or what they searched.
Good. Did Detective Armendariz interview you?
No, sir.
When was the last time you saw Justin Perez with that AR-15?
Like saw him with it?
Yep.
I did not see him with it.
Okay. When was the last time you saw Justin Perez with a firearm?
Well, I cannot recall last time a firearm unless it was, you recall. I mean,
When
the
was
only
the-
times, huh?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The only times I've recalled Justin being around a firearm is when one time one of our friends bought a firearm at a pawn shop and we were just accompanying him.
When was the last time you saw Jeremiah Galindo with the AR-15?
Well, I know I haven't seen him with, but he's owned weapons and he has prior weapons charges. He's always legally owned a firearm. He's always been an open carry.
So
type
my
of person.
question is this: when was the last time you saw that AR-15 with Jeremiah Galindo?
Oh, I've seen Jeremiah Galindo with handguns that were under his name and stuff, but I've never seen that particular AR-15. I wasn't around really, so if that was his, I wouldn't have known because I really wasn't around too much. I've been really working and with my family, so I'm not too much in the mix every single day with him. You know what I mean? But our communication through text messages were strong. We kept a strong communication.
What did Justin Perez tell you about what happened the night that Mr. Galindo passed away?
That he was just tripping, and I was like, "What do you mean he's tripping?" And like, "What are you talking about?" And he was like, I kept telling him to stop. I kept trying to make him stop, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" Nothing made sense to me because that was never the plan. That was never what was supposed to happen. It was never a robbery at all, sir. So at this point, that's why I'm confused, going back and forth. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? He's like, I tried to stop him, and he just didn't. He was just mad because they didn't want to give him his money back, his earning or whatever. And I was like, what are you talking about? I'm just very confused at this point. And he's like, they shot him dead, and they said they shot him. And I was like, that's when I was just like in disbelief and shock.
So how did Justin Perez say that he tried to stop Mr. Galindo?
He said he tried to stop him from getting out the car, and he just tried to talk him out of it, talk him out of getting off the car, and even going in and arguing with them.
Okay.
Over his winnings because it was just such little. So it was just, you know what I mean? He was just trying to talk him like, calm down, bro. Like, you're not thinking straight, type of situation.
Did Mr. Perez tell you that Mr. Galindo was threatening Mr. Perez?
Well, they were just back and forth arguing, but threats, I don't know if he threatened him, but I mean, he just told me they had an argument over.
Did Mr. Perez say that Mr. Galindo pointed a gun at Mr. Perez?
I don't know, sir. I do not recall. It was just a lot of panicking, and as I said, Jeremiah Galindo I would refer to him as one of my best friends. So it's just like my mind just like, as soon as I heard that he was shot and killed, everything kind of just like blanked out, and I just kind of like spaced out. And it was a very hard moment in
how did you communicate with Mr. Perez about this? Was this on Facebook Messenger? Was it on, what platform did you use to communicate with him?
I do not recall the exact platform.
Okay, what platforms do you use to communicate with Mr. Perez?
Well, I have a Facebook, I have a phone number. I mean, those could be two different ways I could contact him.
Okay, so it's either on the phone or Facebook.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what number would you have used? What phone number would you have used to communicate with Mr. Perez?
What phone number?
Yes, sir.
Not my phone number, if not my grandpa's. I was at my grandpa's house and I was in between phones because at the time I believe my phone was disconnected from service, so I was using my grandpa's for like Wi-Fi. And I had two phones that night. It was my grandpa's and mine.
Okay, what's your phone number? And while you,
361.
Yes, sir.
779.
All righty.
4602.
And what would be the number for your grandfather that you might have used?
361 660. See if I have it saved. I think it's 5755 or 5557.
And what is your Facebook account name?
Facebook account name would be Aaron Reyes.
And those phones, the phone that you have, is that under your name or someone else's name?
I would believe it would be under my name.
Okay. And your service that you use is what?
Metro by T-Mobile.
Okay. And the phone number that you would have called, what was Mr. Perez's phone number?
I do not know. I know he had just recently purchased a new phone, I think, so I would not know. I didn't have his phone number saved.
Okay, so you wouldn't know what his number was then?
Not his particular number at the time.
How would you call him if you didn't know his number?
On Facebook.
So you think that you communicate with him on Facebook then?
It could have been Facebook. I say it could have been Facebook or it could have been my actual phone number.
Those are all the questions I have at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. And sir, thank you for testifying today. You're free to leave.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Mr. Civic, call your next witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm assuming that the court may want to hear evidence relating to bond in the event that the court does not discharge my client. So I have a witness on that issue. Or we could wait on that.
You can call, we'll take care of both these at the same time. So you can go ahead and call your witness on the bond.
Where is bond?
The bond is currently at what, Mr. Burns?
Oh, gosh.
Let me see, Ms. Picasso, could you look that up for me, please?
Yes, sir.
She'll let the court know in a few minutes, sir.
Okay, I believe, Judge, it's 400,000 on the capital murder and 75,000 on the aggravated robbery.
Okay, thank you, sir.
As she left the room, she'll be here in just a second. And Your Honor, since we're not in the same physical room, I would just, if, with the court's permission, ask my client if there's anything that's happened that would change his mind about possibly wanting to testify. Can you hear me, Mr. Perez? Do you want to change the decision on that? No, okay. Please introduce yourself to the court.
Hang on, hang
So
on.
the capital
Ma'am,
murder
stop.
is 400,000 and the other one is 75,000.
Thank you, Ms. Picasso. Ma'am, I need you to raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I need to hear you, ma'am.
I do.
State your name.
Margarita Lizeth Martinez Mendoza.
Thank you, ma'am. You put your hand down. Mrs. Sidney, you may proceed.
Thank you. How are you related to Justin Perez?
He's my son.
All right. And are you married?
Yes.
And what do you do for a living? And when you say we, are you talking about you and your husband?
Mrs. Sibley, I can't hear her, so I'm gonna need her to readjust so in front of the computer.
Talk louder.
We are a cleaning company. Me and my husband, we have a cleaning company,
And so that'd be houses and offices and whatnot.
commercial, residential.
All right. Now what the court may need to know is your ability to help your son make bond. Do you have any available funds to do that?
Well, it depends, like not the amount that's right now.
Okay. Well, how much could you and your husband come up with if the maximum amount?
It would be like maybe 2,000.
Okay. And your son, are you familiar with his finances?
Yes,
Now, I know he drives a nice car. How does he make his money?
that's my one.
Okay,
He doesn't own a vehicle. It's my vehicle.
okay. Did he help you pay for it?
Some of it, yes.
What does he do to make money in addition to helping out with the family business?
He flips cars.
And do you have any knowledge of his ability to contribute to bond? Do you know if he has any money?
I know they owe him money, but I don't know how much or anything like that.
You say they, who's they?
Some friends that he loaned money to.
All right, so the only thing you can guarantee you and your husband can come up with is about $2,000.
Yes.
All right, I have no further questions.
Mr. Burns, do you have any questions for this witness?
Ma'am, how much money does your company pay Mr. Perez per week or per month?
Well, it depends how many hours he puts in, and also depending, like when it's a home that we clean, it's a percentage.
Okay, so more or less, year to date, so during 2022, do you have an approximation of how much money the company paid to Mr. Perez?
It's around 1,500 by week, year to date. October, yeah.
Judge, I'm sorry that I'm asking the witness a
Oh, sorry.
question, not.
I'm sorry. It's my husband's company, so I was asking him around average. Right now, I believe that right now I've already paid him around 12,500 to 15,500.
Okay. And what's the name of the company that pays him?
Bay Area Sanitation Team.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to show you a picture. You see that picture?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's my son.
Okay, what do you see in that picture?
Let me zoom it in. A money
Okay,
and a weapon behind that.
okay, it looks like a rifle, doesn't it?
Sorry. Yeah, it looks like one.
Okay, and that's a whole bunch of money.
Yes,
Okay, can you show me?
yes.
How about this picture? Who's that?
That's my son.
Okay, and again, what is your son holding?
Money.
A whole bunch of money, right?
Yes.
And another picture.
Yes.
Who's that?
That's my son.
And again, what's he holding in his hands?
Money.
A lot of money, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you think your son gets all that money from?
Well, I remember one incident where he flipped a car. He changed the car title by title. And within the next day, he sold a truck for around $10,000. And the reason I know that was because the person then tried to claim that my son stole the vehicle, and my husband had signed the title because Justin had lost his ID to go get the title under his name.
Okay.
And I know that Justin just likes stacking and stacking up money. I don't know what his point is or why he does it, but he likes stacking up his money and holding it for a very long time.
Okay. How about this picture, Mrs. Martinez? Who's
Yeah.
that?
That's my son.
Okay. What's he holding in his hand?
I'm sorry, I can't really tell. I'm sorry, I can't really. That actually looks like my husband's rifle.
Okay. What kind of rifle does that look like he's holding?
It's sorry. All I know is that a semi-automatic rifle that my husband owns.
Okay. This rifle. Okay.
That looks like the rifle my husband owns.
Okay.
And it's some guns that my husband owns too that they like to take pictures with.
Those are all the questions I have for this witness, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am, for testifying today. Mr. Sibley, do you have any other witnesses?
No. I would like to make an argument.
Okay, we're going to move to the argument first on the examining trial part. State goes first.
Sure, Judge. So there are two charges here: aggravated robbery and capital murder. Of course, both charges are based on law of parties theory. Mr. Perez is clearly from the videos dropping off Mr. Galindo with an assault rifle, and Mr. Galindo goes into the game room and attempts to rob the game room when he's shot. Mr. Perez moves out of the parking space, as we see in the video, and as the detective testified, he moved himself into a getaway position. And that was very soon after Mr. Galindo entered the game room. So what that evidence shows us is that Mr. Perez was the getaway driver. Now, as far as the capital murder charge goes, again, it's a law of parties. And here, Mr. Perez was acting to promote or assist the commission or attempted commission of the aggravated robbery. And he solicited, encouraged, directed, aided, or attempted to aid Mr. Galindo to commit the offense of aggravated robbery. And that Mr. Galindo did commit or attempt to commit an act clearly dangerous to human life by firing the rifle inside the game room and by robbing the game room at gunpoint. And the result of that was the death of Jeremiah Galindo. And that Mr. Galindo was in the course of intentionally knowingly committing a felony, which was aggravated robbery. And that the death of Jeremiah Galindo was caused by Jeremiah Galindo in the course of and in furtherance of the commission of the attempt to commit the felony. So those are the facts and the law that supports the two charges in this case.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sibley.
Thank you. Under 7.02A2, the Texas Penal Code, the first clause, I believe, applies to the rest of the paragraph. He has to be acting with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense. And they list some different ways: solicits, encourages, whatever. But the initial hurdle is they have to show that he acted with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense. And what they have is he's out in the car outside. He's got a friend who the testimony is stubborn and is going to do what he's going to do. It may be depressed and suicidal, and his friend does something stupid. They don't have any evidence that he, my client, intended to assist in what his friend did inside the game room. Common sense indicates that none of this makes sense. He's parked right out front in front of the cameras. He's pointed towards the building. He doesn't leave after the shooting. He parks way on the other side of the parking lot for a while. He's in the so-called getaway position for a short time, and then he goes to the other side of the parking lot. His friend cannot barely walk. When he comes back from the other side of the parking lot, he parks at a diagonal towards the building, which is not a getaway position. And he doesn't leave abruptly. In fact, he doesn't leave at all until he's told to leave. This is nowhere consistent with him being part of what his friend did. Now, the law is, with respect to circumstantial evidence, if the inference is equally likely or probable for more than one, if more than one inference is equally probable, then it's not any evidence at all. And I would cite $47,200 US currency versus state, El Paso, 1994, and the exact language. The court found that the circumstantial evidence gave rise to inferences equally consistent with the proposition that he was merely a purchaser, and there's no more than a scintilla of evidence supporting the proposition that the currency is derived from or has its origin in the sale. Okay, so apparently in this case, the guy had some money, and there's more than one inference of what the money could have been used for or intended for or whatever. And we got the same thing here. He's been playing games all night, on and off. In fact, for 4 days straight, on and off. And his friend gets a burr up his whatever and does this. But there's no evidence that my client was doing anything other than waiting for his friend to come out. In fact, the evidence is that he had to be told what happened, and he says, something to that effect, that there's no evidence that he knew what his friend was going to do when he went in there. The worst facts obviously are, I know Texas is a pro-gun state, but I'm certainly not in the habit of walking around with a gun of that type or any gun. And that's not, I see people at restaurants and stuff openly carrying now. It's not unheard of, but the gun thing puts a little bit of an odor on this situation. But as far as I know, it's legal, and that's not what he's charged with. With respect to robbery and capital murder of his best friend, or there's nothing other than an inference that can be equally likely consistent with him just being a friend waiting for his friend to come out of the place and not endorsing what his friend did at all.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Burns, could you pull up State's Exhibit 1, the video of when Mr. Galindo walks into the establishment, please? And
Yes,
play it.
sir. Yes, sir. Oh, sorry. This is the wrong video. Sorry about that. Okay, here we go.
I wanted the video where he gets out of the vehicle and walks to the door. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I think it was the first video you pulled up.
Okay. Yeah, that's State's Exhibit 1, and here we go.
This time, based on what I've heard, I am going to find a probable cause to hold Mr. Justin Perez under capital murder and also aggravated robbery. As far as the bond amounts, the argument that I've heard, 400,000 for capital murder and 75,000 for first degree aggravated robbery are reasonable, so that motion is going to be denied. Anything else, Mr. Sibley?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Without everyone's excuse, y'all have a good day.
Oh, no.
I go ahead and bring Judge in.
State Texas versus Ashley Medellis.
Judge, I believe I have her signed in via Zoom. Let me bring
Is
that
she in the courtroom?
device in. No, she is not in the courtroom.
Was she told to be in the courtroom?
I believe she was instructed to be in the courtroom.
That's okay. Bailiff, announce your name 3 times in the hallway, please.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I don't know if you can see my tiny head here. Jordy Schimmel for Ashley. Thank you. My understanding was that she would be able to Zoom in today. She was coming in, Judge, because I thought that she was going to be accepting vet court, but I don't believe that she is going to be accepting vet court. And so she was just going to let the court know that she was declining. And I think that I understood she was trying to log in to let the court know that.
Thank you, Mr. Schimmel. Mute her. Announce your name 3 times in the hallway, please, bailiff.
Yes, sir.
I keep getting
Yeah, I think she's here. Your Honor.
Not present in the hallway, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to order a failure to appear for this hearing. No bond until she's brought here in front of me. Mr. Schumer, I will give you until 1:30 to have her report to the courtroom. So if you need to, you can zoom in, but I want her in the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
If not, I want this warrant to go into effect. Thank you, sir. Okay, next one is State Texas versus Daniel Reeves.
He's here, Your Honor.
This is a status review on Veterans Court approach.
Okay. Excuse me, sir.
He's here.
Oh, he's yours. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, professional.
Okay.
Okay, let me swear him in so we can see what the situation is. Sir, you can come a little bit closer. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
State your name.
Daniel Christopher Reeves.
Thank you, sir. You put your hand down. So before you address the court, Ms. Hannah, what's the situation that I need to address today?
It's my understanding, Your Honor, that that Mr. Reeves is requesting, instead of valor, which was previously agreed upon in a requirement for him entering the Veterans Treatment Court, that he's now requesting the court allow him to attend another treatment program other than valor, Your Honor.
Sir, is that correct?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Why is that?
I have a prepared statement here for you, Judge Poulter. I submitted to the Veterans Court team on yesterday. It reads, to Honorable Judge Poulter, I, Daniel Christopher Reeves, am requesting the court to allow my pretrial diversion drug treatment program to be a facility other than Valor. Valor is an in-custody facility. I am pleading for a treatment center that is not housed in or affiliated with a jail setting, Your Honor. In the Valor environment, it appears that I would be in jail. Other treatment facilities offer the exact same inpatient treatment as Valor without the in-custody jail setting. I'm asking that the court would please favorably consider my plea and to allow
Mr. Reeves, what drug am I dealing with you, sir?
Cocaine, sir.
Cocaine.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I would, I hate to interrupt, but I also have a positive that is for cocaine, methamphetamine, and alcohol. So we are dealing with several different substances, not just one.
Is that correct, sir?
On this last drug test, when I admitted to, when I first came into Officer Hannon's presence, there was alcohol and other drugs present. I was under the impression it was only cocaine, Your Honor.
Sir, have you been doing methamphetamines also?
In the past, yes, sir, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
You have it in the past.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. When was the last time you did cocaine or methamphetamines?
This was about a month ago after I completed the detox here at Synacor.
Your Honor, that UA was from October 7th.
And that was a positive?
That's correct, Your Honor.
When did he get out of Synacor?
He was discharged unsuccessfully on August 24th, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, and Officer Hannon, the detox program I went in on.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. The detox program was different. I'm sorry. That you would be correct. The detox program. I'm sorry, Your Honor. He got discharged from the detox program on October 11th, Your Honor.
So what other programs, sir, are you requesting that I place you instead of Valor?
Sir, there was a Warriors Heart program that's located in Bandera, Texas. I was notified of this through the VA here locally in Corpus Christi. Actually, when I went on my own merit to Synacor, the one that was the trip that was unsuccessful, before I entered into Veterans Court, there was some talk about me continuing on to Warriors Heart after completion of the Synacor program. But of course, that program at Synacor was not successful, Your Honor. So we never explored.
Let me stop you real quick. Ms. Hannah, are you familiar with this project, Warrior Project in Bandera, Texas?
Your Honor, I am familiar with that, the Warrior's Heart, and we have had previous participants complete that particular program. However, when speaking with the VJO, Ms. Brandy Sparks, concerns from the VA is that when Mr. Reeves was in, when he took himself to Senate Court in the beginning of August, that there were several violations while he was there, again, all previous than him entering the Veterans Treatment Court. But one of those things was him fraternizing with the females in the program, Your Honor. It's been my understanding from the information I was provided that he was addressed several times and continued to fraternize with the female residents at Senate. Warrior's Heart is a co-ed facility. So at this time, we're not recommending a co-ed facility due to the continuation of issues with fraternization with the females at the
What other places are not co-ed?
I know Valor is not co-ed. Valor is a male-only program, Your Honor.
What else?
Other than that, I would have to speak specifically with Ms. Sparks to find out which domiciliaries are male-only. But I don't know off the top of my head, Your Honor.
Mr. Schimmel?
Yes, sir.
Did you want to address the court?
Judge, I think, I mean, if I could question Mr. Reeves just for a couple of minutes, I might shed some light on the issue with the Bandera program.
That's fine. He's sworn in.
All right. Daniel, you know why you were kicked out of the local program, right?
Yes, sir, correct.
Fraternization with females, is that right?
Yes, sir. It was that and a failure to go to a community meeting in the morning. Yes, sir.
What does fraternization mean?
Fraternization is interaction with the opposite sex. However, when I was in the Senate Court program, my counselor actually made it very clear that it wasn't me that was, how do I say that? It wasn't me causing the fraternization. In fact, after I was spoken to, Your Honor, I made it my business to stay clear of this particular young lady. And it was just one particular young lady there at the Senate Court program. And
wait.
it was her that was.
So Daniel, what you're saying in a really nice way is that there were people that were coming on to you and you weren't.
Correct. And I don't have a problem with following the rules. I understand what fraternization is.
If the court let you do some program, the one that you're asking for, what would you do if the same thing happened over there?
Immediately contact my probation officer, Officer Hannon, yourself, any other member or part of the Veterans Treatment Court to address the issue, specifically knowing that this has been an issue before when I try to take myself to a drug rehab program.
I mean, you understand, I'm sure you understand, this is kind of the end of the line right now.
Absolutely, sir.
Right. And so, I mean, can you promise Judge Polcher that you would do whatever you could possibly?
Whatever it takes, Judge Polcher, actually. You know, I'm embarrassed, disgraced that I didn't complete that program that I went to on my own merit. But again, Judge, it was on my own merit. I believe that this particular situation has more teeth in it. You know, failure to complete this, I am facing going to jail or.
Before you stop real quick, State, is he on probation deferred or is he on pretrial?
I think he's on track one.
It is pre-trial.
Ms. Hannon, tell me about this program at Bandera besides just co-ed.
Warrior's Heart, it is, I believe, a 30 to 45 day inpatient program in Bandera County. It is a facility that is associated with the VA. It is a program that they do at times recommend for participants. And as he stated originally, it was going to be a follow-up to the Senate when he checked himself into Senate. But due to the concerns, and those weren't the only things addressed as far as violations. I don't know how far the court wants me to get into the violations, but the VA is no longer recommending Warrior's Heart due to the things that were happening at Senate.
What were some of the other things?
Some of the other things were he had a program manager knock on his door, told that guy to come in. When he came in, Mr. Reeves was completely naked and exposed himself to the staff member. he was smoking in a place where he was told he couldn't smoke, and when told by the staff, you're not supposed to smoke here, his response is, what if I want to smoke here anyways? When told to complete assignments, he stated no. When directed to attend the NA meeting, he stated no. Apparently there were issues with an initial cell phone and an additional cell phone that was found in
Thank
his
you,
room
Ms.
later
Hammond.
on.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Reeves, I'm going to allow you to participate in this Warrior Project in Bandera, Texas. Sir, you better be successful.
Yes,
If
sir.
you're not, listen, I want you to listen. If you're not, if you have any problems you've had before in the past that you just put on the record, I'm gonna put you in jail.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna keep you in jail for a while. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we have 30 days, so I'm gonna take away your holidays from you. You understand?
Yes,
And
sir.
New Year's Eve and Christmas and Thanksgiving and maybe spring break if I get upset enough.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you much, sir.
Zero tolerance. If there's any kind of problems, I want to be known. I want to know as soon as possible.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your
Thank
Honor.
you, ma'am.
Alicia, am I gonna have to amend the order again, or the agreement again, or just cross out the Valor section of it and we're good to go?
I don't think we need to cross it out. I just need to contact Ms. Sparks to let her know that the judge is ordering Warrior's Heart. And to see if the VA is going to be willing to process that request. I don't know if they're going to be willing to process that, but we'll find out, and I'll let you know if there's any issues.
I am always available to respond to probation.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Tim.
We appreciate all your hard work, all your patience, and so try and make life as easy as possible for you by being responsive to your requests.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Are we excused? Are we good to go? I didn't hear Judge say that we were excused. I'd hate to leave.
You're good to go, Alicia. Bye,
Okay,
guys.
thanks, Tara. I appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
And those are my only two vet court cases, so I assume I'm excused.
confused because there was multiple like revisions on it.
Ms. Reyes, can I ask what case you're here for?
Yes, I'm here for a few of them. My first one is 2021 DCV 2239D.
Okay, and which other one?
Next one is going to be 2021 DCV 2664.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put you in the waiting room and then we'll bring you in as soon as Judge is ready for that case, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and bring Judge in for the 130 expunction.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay, and in reference Moses Mesa, I believe, where's the state?
Your Honor, I don't believe the state's going to appear. It's due to the fact that it's an agreed expunction that the state signed off on yesterday, and I e-filed it. I just didn't know if it's made its way to Your Honor. And so that is the reason I was appearing this afternoon, Judge.
Okay, tell me real quick what it involved.
It involved a Class C ticket of assault that ultimately the state dismissed. And so we filed an agreed expunction that the state signed off on, Your Honor.
Okay, make sure I get the order and I'll get it signed for you, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. State of Texas versus Jose Ramirez.
He's in the courtroom, Judge. The interpreter's also present in the courtroom.
Okay, have him come up.
Okay.
Let me bring in the probation officer right now.
Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Sir, raise your right hand.
Levante su mano derecha.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
¿Te juro decir la verdad, toda la verdad, no más que la verdad?
Yes.
Yes.
State your name.
¿Su nombre?
¿Cómo?
Su nombre.
José Ramírez.
José Ramírez.
Mr. Hernandez, let me ask you a question. Probation officer, I see Mr. Ramirez was placed on aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Is that correct?
Correct.
When was he placed on there and what term did he receive?
He was placed November the 19th of 2019, and the term was 3 years.
3 años en probation.
Okay, so he's coming up on expiration.
Ya casi se
Next month.
va. El mes que viene se vence.
Okay. So we're here for a probation review. Mr. Ramirez, how is your probation doing, sir?
¿Cómo está haciendo en su probation?
Pues ahí la muestra en la calle.
I've just been at home, Judge.
Okay, I see that he's disabled. So, Ms. Hernandez, what I'd like to address this afternoon?
So Mr. Ramirez, as you see, he has trouble, difficulties moving around, having transportation to get to classes. He has not been able to complete the FVIP class, the anger management. He is in arrears, 2,477. Mr. Ramirez has made the effort. He has been making small payments throughout the whole time that he's been on probation. He tells me that, you know, he struggles financially because he's on a fixed income. He receives SSI, and after his bills are paid and some medical bills that he has, he's left with very little. And of course, he has difficulty completing his community service hours. I tried, you know, to discuss with him completing at least the anger management class because of the nature of the offense. But Mr. Ramirez is not, he does not know how to use his computer. So he was not able to complete that as well. He's been reporting, you know, he reports when I instruct him to report to the office. And as far as the monies, you know, and the community service and the classes, he's not able to complete that.
Let me ask you, ma'am, the anger management, what does that involve? You said you have to get on the computer?
Well, I did some research, and one of the classes that we have listed, they're no longer doing it online. So he would have to go in person.
Mr. Ramirez, why haven't you done these classes you're supposed to do?
¿Por qué no ha hecho las clases que le dijeron que tenía que hacer?
No, pues no me han dicho nada.
I haven't been told, Judge.
Okay, so what classes is he lacking?
The felony VIP.
La clase de delito grave.
No.
What else?
Se llama
And the anger management.
La clase de coraje.
No.
How long does a VIP take?
¿Cuánto se toma?
That's only a one-time class.
Una vez solamente.
The problem is that he tells me that he cannot drive long distances to drive to sorry, he doesn't drive to Corpus. The daughter tells me that he's blind from the left eye. He has not provided documents for that.
Mr. Ramirez, how did you get here this afternoon?
¿Cómo llegó aquí hoy, señor?
Me trajo la amiga.
My daughter brought me, Judge.
And where do you live, sir?
¿Dónde vive?
¿Cómo?
¿En dónde vive?
¿En dónde están?
In Robstown.
Okay. So I want you to, you have 2 classes here that I want you to finish. This is part of the aggravated assault charge.
Para terminar su probation. Okay,
Probation's gonna explain to you how you schedule this, and you're gonna have to find a ride-in so you can participate in these classes.
un aventón para que usted vaya y cumpla la clase, ¿entiende? Where do I go, Judge?
What I'm gonna do is, once I get done here, I'm gonna let the probation officer talk with him and explain what he needs to do. I'm at this time going to extend him for 3 months.
Lo va a extender 3 meses más.
The fees I'm not worried about right now. I'm worried about those classes being taken care of. So Tara, can you break out Ms. Hernandez and Ms. Ramirez into a breakout room?
Yes, Judge, I can.
Judge, if one more thing.
Well, just go ahead and do it now, Ms. Hernandez. Go ahead and explain to him what he needs to do to sign up for these classes.
A mí le van a explicar.
So, Mr. Ramírez,
Señor
como
Ramírez.
le ha explicado antes, la clase, la de FVIP, esa nomás es una vez por 2 horas. Esa tiene que, si su hija si la puede llevar, puede ir en Corpus. Ahí es donde va a ser esa clase y tiene que pagar $20. Y la otra clase de anger management, esa sí va a ser más sesiones. So ahí también va a tener que buscar a alguien que lo lleve y yo le voy a dar las referencias para esas 2 clases. Pero para la de anger management no tiene que pagar nada. ¿Ok?
¿Entiende? Sí. Sí, su hija lo va a llevar.
Judge, and regarding the community service hours.
I'm not worried about those right now.
Okay.
Okay, so you're excused. Just keep up with, I need you to take care of these classes here. Javier, thank you for helping us.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, Discover Bank versus David Meza.
Judge, may I be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
That is with Attorney Whitney Reyes, Judge. Let me bring her in.
May I be excused, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Was that other criminal, I guess? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Discovery Bank versus David Meza. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Ms. Reyes, are you involved with this case?
I am, yes.
And who are you representing?
Discover Bank.
Was there an answer? Was there an attorney on the other side?
There was no answer, Your Honor.
Is this a credit card situation?
Yes.
Bailiff, go ahead and announce David Meza 3 times in the hallway. Make sure he's not lost. David Meza.
Yes, sir.
David Meza? David Meza?
He doesn't have to announce it that much of a gap. Okay. I was wondering what was taking him so long earlier.
No response, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, you may proceed.
Okay, and plaintiff's motion for default judgment stems from a breach of contract suit filed on June 16, 2021, after defendant defaulted on the account by failing to make payments when due. Defendant was served on November 17, 2021. Return of service has been on file for the prerequisite amount of time. No answer has been filed. Plaintiff's motion for default judgment was filed on January 6, 2022, and was sent to defendant via regular mail. Notice of this hearing was also sent to defendant on September 26, 2022. We're asking the court to take judicial notice of the file and requesting default judgment in the amount of $3,110.84, with court costs in the amount of $415.42 and post-judgment interest of 5.5%.
Thank you, ma'am. This time I'm going to render judgment and grant this default based on the numbers that you have put on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next one is Discover Bank versus Aaron Larson. Ma'am, you're still on that case?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Okay, hang on. Bailiff, go announce Aaron Larson 3 times in the hallway.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I actually just spoke to her, so she won't, I spoke to him, he won't be appearing. We entered a settlement a couple
Okay.
hours ago, so we're just gonna pass on this one.
Okay. Well,
Reset it for 60 days so that,
The benefit's new, so he needs to practice.
yeah.
No response, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, ma'am. I guess you're gonna do a a non-suit?
I think we might reset it for 60 days to give her a chance to pay.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Okay. I actually do have two more, but I think they might not be till later, so I can do those then.
Oh, okay, that was at 2:00.
Okay. Oh, wow.
I have to wait to make sure I give them time to come in.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor.
You have the 2:15s?
Yes, I do. I have
See you in a little while.
two more.
All right, we'll see you in a little while.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to go ahead and bring Judge into the session.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Your Honor.
Calling American Express versus Maria Weaver, 215. Bailiff, go ahead and announce the name 3 times in the hallway.
Judge, I'm sorry for interrupting. That one got non-suited.
Ms. Picasso, that was non-suited, you saying?
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Ms. Reyes, is that what you're telling the court?
Yes, we filed a dismissal, so we're just waiting for signature.
So are you here also for Goldman Sachs Bank versus Daniel Vasquez?
Yes, Your Honor, that's my last one.
Okay, and that one needs to be heard by the court.
Yes.
Announce Daniel Vasquez 3 times in the hallway, please.
Yes, sir.
Bailiff. Have you had any contact with him, ma'am?
No, I have not.
Daniel Vasquez? Daniel Vasquez?
Tell Doris that he doesn't have to wait that long.
I'll let him know, Judge.
Okay. It's getting annoying after the 3rd time.
No response, Judge.
Thank you, sir. And you may proceed.
Plaintiff's motion for default judgment stems from a breach of contract suit filed on September 21st, 2021, after defendant defaulted on the account by failing to make payments when due. Defendant was served on November 20th, 2021, and no answer has been filed. Plaintiff's motion for default judgment was filed on May 11th, 2022, and was sent to defendant via regular mail. Notice of this hearing was also sent to defendant on September 26th, 2022 via regular mail. We're asking the court to take judicial notice of the file and requesting default judgment in the amount of $12,789.77 and all costs of the proceeding.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to render judgment and grant this default judgment on the amounts that have been put on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Be the order, I'll get it signed for you.
Okay. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Terry, have you found the state yet?
Yes, he said he's going to be logging in here in about 5 minutes. He just had to get back to his computer.
Okay.
Also, the 230 and 245 motions for protective order have not been, they don't have service on them, so I've reset both of those. So the only thing we have left on our docket is Miss Medellis, who's in the courtroom, and our 330 case, which I'm going to send you an email about. They have several exhibits that they emailed me that I'm going to send to you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and contact them and see if they can start a little early since we have some time.
Will do.
All right.
Okay, judge is ready to hear Medellis. So I'm going to go ahead and bring him into the session. Well, let me let Lewis connect to audio. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and bring Judge in, okay? Just so you know, the courtroom mic is muted.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
United States Texas versus Ashley Medellis. And raise your right hand. Or tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you.
State your name.
Ashley Medellis.
Thank you, ma'am. Now you're here in front of the court now. And you want to address the court involving your veterans treatment status at this point?
Yes, sir.
What is that, ma'am?
As far as the details that I have currently in regards to what that would entail for me, which is inpatient treatment, I would like to respectfully decline that option at this time, just because I have a lot of personal things going on that are to better my future, like school. I have just got a new apartment. I am in outpatient treatment, methadone treatment for what this arrest was for. So I have all of these things going on for the betterment of my future at this time. And with that, I just would like to keep that on track and not.
And let me ask you, so you were using heroin before?
I was, yes. Yes, sir.
And how long have you been going to the methadone clinic?
Oh, it's been years now since that arrest, really, which was in 2019. So actually, I think I started in like 2020, 21.
And you're still going to the methadone clinic?
Yes, sir.
How often?
It's every day. I have to go there every day.
You go every day and get a methadone shot or pill or whatever it is?
Drink. It's a wafer that they put in your drink.
I thought the idea about the methadone treatment was they eventually decrease the amount until they finally weed you off of heroin and methadone. I
believe that is up to the individual personally. That's not the strict program procedure that they have. Just they don't have like a limited time to do that for you, but that is my plan eventually. I mean, it's to an end for sure. I just don't have an exact end date right now.
Mr. Schimmel, I don't understand how that could be any kind of benefit if all they're doing is taking them off heroin and having them take methadone unless it's tax paid for or something.
I understand that. That's how I felt before as well. But it is, there are a lot of advantages with that versus the alternative. Definitely.
I mean, you understand, just like I just told you, that my understanding before I was a judge and was a prosecutor is that it's a decrease of use over time to where finally you don't need it. So you don't have to go to the methadone clinic and you can go about your life and not have to worry about this substance to keep you going every day.
I absolutely agree, which is why I'm actually working with the VA as well to get on something different called Suboxone. And with them, I feel as though they will have that in mind to slowly just decrease over time and eventually stop that. Whereas,
let me stop you, ma'am. Miss Hannah, what's the situation here?
Your Honor, I'm not sure. I know that she is currently on probation. Her officer did file a violation report with the state. That was filed. I think it was dismissed or at least pulled at this time with the understanding that she was going to enter the Veterans Treatment Court program. I'm reading through the conditions that the officer has in our file. I'm not seeing that she's spoken to her officer about any methadone program or Suboxone program. So it doesn't look like she's been in contact with her officer there. So other than that,
do you have the MTR in front of you?
Yes, Your Honor, I do have the violation report.
Tell me some of the allegations.
Okay, it's admitted to the CSO to injecting heroin on August 3rd. Submitted UA, which was positive for methamphetamines and amphetamines on August 25th. Tested positive for opiates on August 25th. Failed to report for the month of September, and then failure to pay. She was placed on this deferred probation on July 7th of this year, Your Honor.
In my court?
No, she's out of the 319th, Your Honor.
Okay, she was on the first one, July 7th over there, and she's already has those allegations. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, so let me go back to here. So, ma'am, how do you explain that? Those positive tests?
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of any of that. Like she said, I did admit to that when I first started to messing up and doing some drugs whenever I first started the probation. And I did tell her that, and I signed a statement to that effect. And when I didn't see her for the month of September because I had various things, and I did call her and communicate that to her, and then I got COVID, and I sent her a picture of that test as well. And as far as the
Ms. Medellis, are you wanting to stay in Veterans Treatment Court, or do you want me to send this back over to the original court and so they can deal with your motion to revoke?
I see, I didn't know any of that, so I feel that this may be the better alternative. It seems as though that was their idea as well, for me to do this instead of that, but I didn't know that it was a stipulation necessarily.
Judge, if I may.
So I'm
Sure, hang on. Let me hear from the state.
Yeah, Your Honor, it was our assumption that she was going to enter the program and abide by the conditions. So the MTR was dismissed, but at this point, we're in the process of refiling it, and the recommendation by probation is safe P's. So she's going to have, either that option or revocation in the event the MTR is refiled, Your Honor.
Mr. Schimmel, this is Mr. Schimmel, I'm gonna give you and your client a chance to communicate. If she is going to be in the Veterans Court, she will have to participate in the Valor. Was it Valor?
It was the SCORE, Your Honor.
What is it?
It's SCORE. Because Valor is a male only facility, so it's a co-ed facility. It's SCORE. It's the
SCORE. Okay, so is that how it's SCORE is what it's called?
Yes, that's the acronym for that program, Your Honor.
Okay. So, ma'am, if you want to stay with the Veterans Treatment Court, you will have to participate in the agreement that you did with the state. So it is going to participate in the SCORE program, so we can get you off the methadone, heroin, whatever it is that you're using. Your other choice is you can say you don't want to do Veterans Treatment Court. You think you're wasting your time, you're wasting our time, and you go back to the original court to where they told you what they're going to be asking the court for. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you speak with Mr. Schimmel here, and you don't have to tell me. You just tell the state of probation officer, Mr. Schimmel, let her think about it for a while, and then either I'll see you next month in Veterans Treatment Court, or we'll send you back over to the original court.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Everyone's excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Judge.
That's what I wanted to know.
Let's go. Let's go with your, okay? Right there. So.
Yeah, I use the restroom.
Yeah,
It's right next door, right?
It's right out in the hallway, yeah, or yes, down
Yeah, come in. Hey.
How did she not know that?
And Tara,
Yes, I'm here. What's up?
am I okay to leave or do I need to stick around? And I wasn't sure.
From the sound of it, we're not gonna hear anything else. I guess either I'm gonna be doing a denial letter or she's gonna sign PTD. So as
Okay.
soon as I get word, I will let you know, but you can go ahead and log out. I don't think we need you anymore.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for logging in. Appreciate
No
it.
problem. Bye.
Bye.
Tara, can you hear me?
Yes, I sure can.
Should I log out and if y'all need me, you'll let me know or? should we
Yeah,
wait?
I don't think we're gonna need you. Go ahead and log out. You're good.
Okay, thank you.
I'll let y'all know what she decides once Jordy's done talking to her.
Okay, I'll probably mosey on up there too.
Sounds like a plan.
Thanks, bye.
Bye.
What happened? You don't want to lay down?
Can you hear anything?
Can you hear me, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can see.
Okay, I'm just making sure my stuff's on.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and bring Judge into the session.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm calling matter marriage of Joe Hinojosa and Monica Medina. We're ready to proceed.
Yes, we are, Your Honor. Charles Smith on behalf of the petitioner, Mr. Hinojosa.
Ms. Beretta,
Jennifer Barrera, on behalf of the respondent, Ms. Monica Medina, we're ready to proceed. I would just like to make an announcement. Were referred to mediation. At the last hearing, the court admonished us to go to mediation. My client did attend mediation, paid for mediation. Mr. Smith attended mediation. And Mr. Hinojosa attended mediation, but was not able to pay. And so we weren't able to go forward on that. And I just wanted to advise the court of that before we proceed.
hang on, Mr. Hinojosa. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
State your name.
Joe Hinojosa.
Is that correct, ma'am, or sir, what she put on the record?
Yes, sir. I did talk with the gentleman for mediation. I will be paying him tomorrow. We had an agreement. It's just I've been sick. I was in the hospital, and I guess my lawyer forwarded the information of me of the paperwork of me in the hospital. So,
Okay, is that correct, Mr. Smith?
Your Honor, we did participate in mediation. There were some proposals exchanged, and they were unsuccessful. My sense is it was an impasse. I wouldn't call that there was a failure to mediate. There were exchanges made by the parties. We made a proposal, they made a proposal, they rejected our proposal, we rejected their proposal. But there was an issue about payment, and Mr. Kelly agreed to work that out directly with Mr. Hinojosa on getting his payment.
Your Honor, we filed an exhibit, which is Exhibit 1, the letter from Mr. Kelly, and Exhibit 2, which is a receipt that my client paid for the mediation, and the letter speaks for itself.
Okay, do I have the letter, Ms. Picasso?
We just filed it with the court, so I don't know. We filed it yesterday.
So ma'am, what does this letter state?
The letter states that the parties attended mediation. Monica Medina and her counsel were present, ready to mediate. Charles Smith was present, and eventually Joe Hinojosa appeared for mediation. Mr. Hinojosa did not have the mediation fee, but represented that the parties had an agreement. As a service to the court and to the parties, I made an attempt to see if a prearranged settlement could be incorporated into a mediated settlement agreement to avoid the need for trial. It turned out there was no agreement. Despite no actual mediation taking place, Monica Medina volunteered to pay her mediation fee. Joe Hinojosa promised to pay the mediation fee by October 21st, 2022, and if he could be of further assistance to the court.
Okay, so sorry, have you paid that fee yet?
I will be paying it tomorrow, sir, when I get paid for my job.
So Mrs. Smith, it sounds like mediation has not occurred yet.
Well, again, we participated, we exchanged. Again, I've not seen that document, and I think it's subject to interpretation. This is a case I think was ripe for mediation, Your Honor. I was disappointed that we weren't able to complete a half day as it was planned.
Mrs.
I think
Smith, Mr. Smith, did you actually start mediation or not?
Well,
Or did Mr. Kelly not hear it at all because he hadn't been paid?
well, I think you had to get that from Mr. Kelly. I thought we did participate. Now, what you call it, I think, is subject to interpretation. They think there was no mediation, but when you exchange whether or not there was an agreement, there were discussions back and forth and some give and take. I think that's what is part of mediation. It's a discussion, and that did take place.
Mr. Smith, was Bill Kelly the mediator between that discussion?
Yes, he was.
Ms.
He
Beretta?
went back and forth between-
Either way, Your Honor, just wanted to announce that to the court because as part of today's hearing, we are going to ask that he reimburse at least half of my client's mediation fees since she was in compliance with the court order. She appeared, and this was the third time that we have scheduled a mediation. My client has had to take multiple days off of work to be in compliance with the court's order. And Mr. Kelly did make an effort because there was a representation that we were going to have an agreement that was made by Mr. Hinojosa, and we were not in agreement. So we're ready to go forward. This is a no property divorce. So it shouldn't take very long, the hearing. There is a child that is a young child that has certain medical needs, milestone needs that are not being met while he's in the care with his father. So we do not want to delay this. We want our day in court, but we want the court to know the efforts that we had made on our part to comply with your order.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Smith, are you ready to proceed today with the court, or you request a mediation?
I would prefer we go to mediation, Your Honor. If there's going to be a cost that they've paid, and Mr. Kelly has indicated he'll cooperate, and they're not going to require her client to repay, and my client is going to pay his mediation fee tomorrow, then the cost for the mediation will have been satisfied as requested by the mediator.
Okay, once again, I'm going to order the attorneys.
I just don't think that that's going to be successful, Your Honor. I mean, I'm just bringing it up because this is going to be the fourth time, and they represented, they had an agreement that they think we could agree to, and we just didn't. And this child has medical needs. He needs nursing services.
Ms. Beretta, you're saying they told Mr. Kelly y'all had an agreement, or both of you?
I guess so. Yes, they told Mr. Kelly that they had an agreement. So Mr. Kelly came and said, look, they think that we can agree. And so we made some kind of offer, and then they said no.
No, that's not the case.
We're not going to agree, Your Honor. This is the current temporary orders have a one week visitation schedule with the child. My client can no longer agree to that. That order has been unworkable for months because dad has refused nursing services that the child needs in his home. So my client cannot agree to continue to do the 1 week because his medical needs are not being met.
Okay.
Dad withdrew the child from school.
Ms. Beretta, stop. I'm speaking now. Has mediation been performed or not? Has Mr. Kelly gone and listened and worked for 4 hours, or has he not?
No, he has not.
Okay, because the attorneys cut it off short saying we have an agreement, or because he hadn't been paid?
He had not been paid. So when we logged on at 8:30, we were ready to go. I asked Mr. Kelly, I explained to him that this is the third time we've gone to mediation and that there has always been an excuse as to why Mr. Hinojosa has not appeared. The day before, we received some calls from Mr. Smith's office telling us that he was not going to be able to pay, wanting to make arrangements. My client works at Head Start, so it's very difficult for her to get a day off because she's an assistant there and she has a class that she needs to attend to. This was a third day off that she got for this mediation.
that has never occurred. And so I told Mr. Kelly, look, Mr. Kelly, we received this phone call. He looked into it and we waited. We sat and we waited for over an hour before Mr. Kelly came on and said, Mr. Smith has been here waiting for his client. Mr. Nahosa is trying to log on. Eventually he got on, then he didn't pay. And then Mr. Kelly said, well, he's presenting that he has an agreement, that the parties have worked it out on their own. My
Okay,
client
that's
looked
fine.
shocked.
That's, okay, ma'am.
Right.
I have set aside this time for the court, so we can go ahead and proceed. Today, it sounds like it's no property I need to worry about, but just one child.
Yeah,
And,
Your Honor, if I may, there's also pending before this court, our First Amendment motion for enforcement, because what counsel fails to mention, the week on and week off was not honored because her client failed to comply. And that's why we filed a motion to enforce. And so, and that was hopefully something we thought we were going to resolve through mediation to get that issue resolved, because there was an extended.
Okay, this is
on
my
their end.
order. I'm gonna order y'all participate in mediation. Y'all set the date and everybody shows up. If you don't show up, the other side is gonna be paying attorney's fees and costs and maybe even some of their freedom taken away. I'm not gonna mess with this case anymore.
Right.
If you ain't able to work it out, then I'm gonna set aside about 2 hours and hear it. So it's gonna go to mediation. I want the attorneys to go ahead and set a date with Mr. Kelly and get this done.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, everyone's excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am.